school, church, bank, keke, motorcycle, everywhere, even for politicians' car or political cars. Everywhere must be removed with immediate alacrity. All the schools where they do strong head, we know una, and we dey look una face, they follow una for back. Person wey put hand for water, wey crocodile dey make shakara, waiting it dey fine. Na palaba, and they must catch am. Two was no play for it. We dey also dey ask, plead, beg our people wey dey into cow business, cattle business, goat business, fowl business, and every animalistic animality to start rearing our native cows. Efibo, our native goat, our native cock. Get your chicken house, get your goat house. Prepare from 8th of October 2021 go reach April 7th 2022. 6 months you prepare yourself to bring our own into market. From that 7th, everything about Fulani cow, Fulani goat, Fulani fowl, everything about Fulani no go appear for Biafra land again. If we begin to rear our own, we be a hero, which our forefathers and our fathers do very well. For all this Fulani cow meat, where then they sleep, romance, have sex, do ritual with, after then go come sell them to us. You never ask yourself, say, why it be say Fulani know they eat cow meat, they know they eat cow suya. Now only ram then they eat. Now you go chocolate suya, chocolate kanda, chocolate omo, chocolate nkwobi, chocolate everything. And after that, you come they do beribi. Nzuzu. You know they ask yourself something. So therefore, from 8th of October 2021, this month where we dey till 7th of April 2022, then be complete 6 months. So we want make una use and rear our own cow. And after that day, 7th of April 2022, no more Fulani cow meat, no more Fulani cow again in Biafra land, no more their goat. We no go use them for burial ceremony, for gift, for chieftaincy, for fala, for whatever you fit, for suya, for osikwan osigi. That one go be abomination and taboo. If we catch you, if you try am, one day no be person go tell you wetin you go see. Therefore, we dey ask you to do the needful now, because ayinju ekwensu anyajolia. If we reject Satan, we must reject him work, because in work they evil. Fulani na Satan, and all this their cow and every other thing na them pikin. We must reject them, reject everything. We dey bring this one to your notice, make a hear am, because nothing better pass our own. And when Igbo, every one pinono, ogefe, the smell go dey touch your nose. Now the kind one where we want to eat, where they tasty, the aroma they do me for nose, and your throat go they call you for chocolate, which you must. We not go tell you this thing again. If you have ear, make you hear. From 8th of October 2021, go reach April 7th 2022. Na grace period be that. After 7th of April 2022, no more Fulani meat. For that day, for 7th, now the expiration of Fulani cow meat, Fulani goat meat, Fulani whatever. If we see them, one day you go join them for wherever they are. This message now from the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, the owners of the land, under the leadership of our charismatic and indefatigable leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, umemerezu Amadio Hankizi na la Biafra. Honor, tell others. Na so you be.
Where's B? Hey. Now we own the society.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night, great Biafrans and lovers of freedom. This is Radio Biafra HAUSA-SERVICE, coming to you via the auspices of Radio Biafra London. My name remains Mazi, Jonathan Chinedu from Alu province of Biafra land. afternoon, good evening, and good night, great Biafrans and lovers of freedom. This is Radio Biafra HAUSA-SERVICE coming to you via the auspices of Radio Biafra London. My name remains Mazi, Jonathan Chinedu from Alu province of Biafra land.
Alright, this Ufuma Biafra on the microphone. God bless Mazi, Nnamdi, Kanu, the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra.
Just and inshallah, banded joy in the holy land of Biafra. Because and outside of Biafra land, they came prepared for one single purpose, which is to stop a sovereign state of Biafra from coming into being. Great Biafrans, permit me to ask this rhetorical question. Can any mortal stop the sun from rising and following the path ordained for it by Biafra? Can any mortal stop the sun from breaking through and announcing the day? As you know, the answer to this question to be in capital No. I urge you, therefore, the true followers of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, to draw your daily strength from this fact that as it is not possible for mortals to prevent the sun from breaking through and driving away darkness, so it is impossible for any mortal to stop the rising sun of Biafra from illuminating itself and taking its proper place of honor amongst the states, among the stars of heaven. Because the spirits of our ancestors are with us in this very battle. But above all, Chukwuabiama has determined that now is the time for the freedom of his children from subjugation, dehumanization, torture, imprisonment, from pogrom and massacre, and from thousands of years of slavery. The leadership of the indigenous people of Biafra, the Directorate of State, is preoccupied with the work of securing the to achieve our immediate and long-term objectives. The Eastern Security Network is Chukwu Kikabiama's battle axe. He has used this outfit that our leader put in place under divine direction to drive from our land Fulani rapists, killers, terrorists who occupied our forests and farmlands and were terrorizing our people prior to the emergence of the ESN. Great Biafrans, 12 months since its inception, the Eastern Security Network has done the unimaginable. This is why all forces of darkness are arrayed against us. This is why Southeast governors are on ease, because the people have taken their protection and destiny into their own hands. I can confidently, therefore, inform Biafrans that as of today, more than 70% of Fulani rapists and terrorists in our forests and farmlands have been dislodged. And we are not going to rest on our oars until the remaining are sent back to where they came from. As the ESN is engaged in this patriotic duty of keeping our forests and farmlands safe for agricultural activities to go on unhindered, it is very imperative, my people, that we must be very vigilant when it comes to David Umahi's militia, because the majority, close to 80% or more of its personnel are Nigerian police officers and foreigners that they imported into our land to help the zoo security agencies in its continued program of Biafra youths. Openly, very, very openly, they are eliminating our young males who form the bedrock of our society. I am greatly pained when I observe what is playing out in Imo State. I am pained because I look to see if there is but one man who can speak truth to power. But lo and behold, our land is bereft of real elders. Our land is bereft of courageous elders. They answer elders when an opportunity to go cap in hand seeking for one selfish advantage or the other present itself. They watch the carnage going on in Imo State, but they pretend to see nothing. They hear the sound of the machine gun fixed atop Nigerian Army and police armored personnel carriers, and the bombs from their Army and Navy helicopters. And when the dust settles, they will see the mangled bodies of their children littering our communities and our cities. But these elders are not moved because they have long ceased to be true elders, having dined with the devil and mortgaged their conscience. The Imo State and Ebonyi State governors have turned the killing of Biafran youths, raising down of our communities, businesses, and homes as their new sport. Where are the elders, you may ask? The intelligence report at our disposal reveals a very disturbing trend to the desperation of the Southeast politicians to create an environment of anarchy in our land. They have now turned their eyes to the coastal region of Biafra land to hire militants to come into the heartland of Biafra and cause mayhem and targeted killings. We are alerting you now ahead of time, because when they will begin to point their cursed hands at IPOB and remember, we informed you well ahead of time, as we also told you that most of them, the governors, are responsible for the atrocities going on in Biafra land currently. They created the unknown government for this purpose. Now that events in Imo and Ebonyi has exposed their evil work, they want to divert our attention by their desire and desperation to turn their attention to the coast. Just a word of caution to our brothers in the coastal region. Do not allow politicians to use you to spill the blood of your brother, because the land of Biafra and the spirits that own the land shall come after such a person that allows politicians to use him or her. Please, Biafrans, take note. Take note, this is very important, because you may be setting yourself up for danger. Recruitment of ESN operatives is closed. So do not fall into the hand of DSS in the name of recruitment for ESN. Recruitment has closed. We are not recruiting new officers or new personnel. To this effect, therefore, all ESN commanders and reservists should return to base within 72 hours. The kidnapping of Biafran youth, irrespective of their gender, and the kidnapping of Biafran men and women, irrespective of their age, is continuing without let. Thousands of Biafrans have been abducted by the Nigerian security operatives, especially the army, the police, and the DSS. A great number of these abductees are simply executed. A great number are simply wasted. Many are raped, tortured, and starved to death. IPOB has deployed a multiple approach in tracing the whereabouts of our people who have fallen victim to these targeted killings and kidnappings. We also deploy multiple means to secure their freedom. In this regard, therefore, the indigenous people of Biafra, led by Nnamdi Kanu, has secured the freedom of more than 1,500 of our people kidnapped by Nigerian security agencies at an enormous financial cost running into millions of dollars. 1,500 of our youths. This is just those that has or have been secured. Their freedom has been secured. This number, of course, include about 500 of our people abducted from Obibo in Igbo China. Let me hasten to add that there are still thousands of Biafran youths being held in different detention facilities across the zoo. You may be wondering a key and very significant milestone. Our challenges, however, have also equipped us with the resilience to go into the new year firmly committed to carry out our obligations and responsibilities diligently. We must maintain discipline at all levels and at all times. No room for distractions, please. Our action plan for 2022. Following are some of the programs and actions which the leadership will vigorously pursue in 2022. These are the ones we can make public for now. Others will be made known at the appropriate time. 1, we shall embark upon a worldwide campaign for the unconditional release of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, a prisoner of conscience. The campaign will be called the Prisoner of Conscience Campaign. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the Prisoner of Conscience Campaign. In furtherance of this campaign, therefore, all IPOB family members, Biafrans and friends of Biafra are hereby urged and directed to change their profile pictures on social media with our official campaign poster. Please, after this address, go to @RealDOS, @RealIPOBDOS on Twitter, and you can see the official poster. I believe also our media department will do the necessary in this regard. 2, all IPOB families worldwide are hereby as well directed to activate the earlier instruction passed down to them. We shall embark on a worldwide protest in cities and capitals around the world. Focus of our protest shall be British embassies, the British Parliament, 10 Downing Street, the Kenyan embassies, the Zoo Nigerian embassies, and international organizations like the United Nations, the EU, Amnesty International, and of course, media houses. 3, the DOS will be creating a new department in IPOB to add to those already existing under the Directorate of State. The department will be designated as IPOB Education Department. Primary responsibility is to teach our history, language, tradition, and culture to our children. We have about 3 books that will be published this new year in furtherance of this action or project. After the head of this department is made public, Biafran writers will be called upon to bring forward books and educational materials to be published for our children in primary and secondary schools. 4, and very important, beginning from tonight, no more Nigerian national anthems in all schools in Biafra land. No more Nigerian national anthems in all schools in Biafra land. Our children must no longer be reminded daily that they are under oppression by singing the national anthem of the oppressor. School authorities and proprietors have a responsibility to teach our children our national anthem, the Biafran national anthem. 5, the ban placed on Fulani cows will take effect in April 2022, this very year. We have informed Biafran that this is coming. Those who are getting ready for this must hasten their actions and put all logistics in place for this to take effect, because in April this ban will kick in and it will be enforced. Effective this month, Fulani cows, this month that I mean the April of 2022, Fulani cows will no longer be used for any social or ceremonial events and festivals in Biafra land. Our native cows will be used instead for these events. Traditional custodians of our culture, the clergy, and time unions must ensure that this message gets to the grassroots. We cannot continue to eat and bring curse and damnation upon our land and upon ourselves by consuming cows that were used for bestiality. And for those who do not understand what bestiality means, these cows, the cow headers, they have sex with them and they send it to us to eat. Are you not causing yourself and bringing damnation upon yourself? Therefore, the ban on Fulani cows will take effect April 2022. Number 6, our May 30th of this year shall take a different format. It shall be celebrated as our Independence Day. Seminars, symposiums, lectures in designated halls will be organized. There will be no protests. There will be no protest. We shall celebrate it as a day of independence. And every preparations for this must commence without delay, please. Finally, I cannot reiterate the importance of discipline enough. And this applies to all levels of our structure. Every principal servant of the indigenous people of Biafra report to his or her immediate superior. Our command and control principle is an indispensable tool in our operations and for our success for that very matter. It is indispensable for our success, and everybody must ensure that they keep to this very principle. There is no middle way. Either you are in or you are out. To this effect, therefore, those of you who are being led astray, the door of grace is about to shut. And when that happens, you will truly have yourself alone to blame. Great Biafrans, may Chukwu Okike Abiyama take the place of honor in our journey to freedom. May he guide our feet in only one direction, the road to a free, sovereign, and independent Biafran nation. May he strengthen all true and honest IPOB family members worldwide. And of course, may he guard, protect, and lead our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Thank you. Long live Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Long shall you live IPOB Eastern Secret Network. And long live Biafra and the rising sun. Good night.
There is only one broadcaster for the indigenous people of Biafra, preaching the gospel according to the restoration of the sovereign state of Biafra, the gospel of Elohim, bringing the kingdom of Chukwu Okike Abiyama on this planet called Earth. Radio Biafra, the first and the last. There is only one broadcaster for the indigenous people of Biafra. Radio Biafra is that broadcaster. Biafra is our religion. And on Radio Biafra is where we worship. Radio Biafra, the first and the last. Great Biafrans, wonderful people, we welcome you this morning. It is yet another day, a day that God has made. And of course, we have come as a people, as a nation. We are called Biafrans, and we have called this morning to do the needful. Of course, you know what time it is. It is 9:26 a.m. here in Johannesburg. It should be 26 minutes past the same top of the hour in Biafra land, or wherever you are hearing the sound of my voice around the world. As you know, we are everywhere. If it is 26 minutes past the top of the hour, it means you are hearing my voice live. It is not recorded. It is a live broadcast coming to you this morning from Radio Biafra, Johannesburg. Of course, we have an important program this morning. We have talked about it. We have advertised it. And of course, you know that by now. So, if you are hearing the sound of my voice, my name is Mazi Onoha. Of course, I hail from a place called Omowa in Biafra land. And I have a lot of people here in the studio. And of course, the most important is that we have important VIPs, personalities, people who have come to tell us how they have done it. People who have come to give their own perspective when they talk about freedom and self-determination. And this morning, we will continue talking about Biafra, preaching the gospel of the kingdom of God on this planet Earth, Biafra. The issue of Biafra is, very, very confusing to many. But we are here to explain that Biafra is a nation. It's a people who are fighting for self-determination, people who are fighting to stay on their own peacefully without carrying any arms, without any fighting anybody. It is our right. It is alienable. And that is what we have come to do. I want to welcome you once again, and I want you to invite others. I want you to inform others You can listen to us on Radio Biafra Community Radio app, or you can listen to us on Facebook, because we are also on Facebook and other platforms. We will also open our lines when the time comes to get you to bring in your question if you have question. No doubt we have capable minds here who will answer your question. It is Radio Biafra, and of course we are live, we are direct. We will be back just after this.
Africa music Mandela Day Biafra uprising.
Online, on your mobile. This is IPOB Community Radio. Radio Biafra, the first and the last. All right, welcome back once again. This is Radio Biafra. Of course, we call it Radio Biafra SADC because we cover the southern region of this hemisphere where Biafrans are scattered in this part of the world. All right, without wasting time, we will proceed. But of course, as you know, we do things unorthodoxly. What do I mean by that? We normally pray in our broadcast, which is, unusual for many, but it is because of our history, for whom we are, for what we believe in. The only weapon that we possess is God, and we don't forget calling upon Him each and every time we come on air. So quickly, let us say a word of prayer. Father, we thank you, we bless you for bringing us, O Lord, thus far. We are a people called by your name. We are Biafrans, and this morning, Lord, we have come to do the needful. We have come to preach the gospel according to the restoration of the kingdom of God on this planet earth, which is Biafra. Therefore, we pray that you come and take preeminence in everything we are going to do, that at the end of the day, only you will be exalted. We pray, oh God, for our leader who has been incarcerated unjustly, unfairly. We pray for his immediate and unconditional release as well. Father, bless our guests, bless Biafrans all around the world. These are more we pray in the name of Chukwoki Kabiama. He said. Online, on your mobile. This is IPOB Community Radio. Radio Biafra, the first and the last. All right, thank you once again. We will continue. Please, if you are hearing my voice, I need you to confirm that I am coming out clear and loud. Of course, those on Facebook Live, I want you also to indicate. Those listening over Radio Biafra app, you can also indicate that we have no technical glitches, that everything is going on. Now, without wasting time, I need to introduce our guests. Or should I do it this way? I would like our guests to introduce themselves, because I don't want to get people's name wrong, and I don't want to introduce them wrongly. Let them introduce. From what they say, we will address them that way. I will start with you, sir. If you can go ahead, tell Biafrans who you are, tell them your names and all the information you think is necessary for them to know about you. Please go ahead.
My name is Comrade Sipo, but I'd rather be called Comrade Stone. I hail from Soweto. I'm a member of the African National Congress. Have been ever since my youth. I fought under the struggle for freedom in our country. Presently, I'm a student of African politics, and I'm studying conflict resolution in Africa. And oddly, I came to Biafra Radio just to speak on my experiences during my studies, and also my experiences when we were fighting for the struggle for liberation. Thank you. Comrade Stone is my name.
Thank you very much. You've heard it. His name is Comrade Stone. and we call it Okute, where we come from. That is rock.
Rock, yeah.
Thank you very much for coming. All right, we are going straight to our next guest, of course, and I need him also to introduce himself. Somebody I call my learned colleague. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning, and good morning to all the listeners. I am Busumuzi Sibanda, Dr. Busumuzi Sibanda. I am the chairperson of the African Diaspora Forum, or what we call the African Diaspora Global Network. I am, as my learned colleague has already, intimated, I'm a legal practitioner and advocate. And one of the most important things is that as the head of the African diaspora, we are looking basically at a lot of people that are in the diaspora, not by choice, and people that would want to find themselves in their native lands, doing what we obviously want to see happening, which is self-determining and deciding where their lives, want to go. So thank you for the invite.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And of course, we welcome that. And as you have heard, he is, I don't even know which one to address you with. There's a lot of cap, He is a doctor. He is, of course, an advocate of the law. And my goodness me, some people don't understand what it takes to be a lawyer.
Look, it is. More often than not, we take it for granted. Everybody just wants to be a lawyer, but I think it takes a little more than that. And in particular, human rights lawyers, because I find that to be one of the most outstanding things that people can do. If we have to take, after people like Nelson Mandela, Gandhi, we know the wars that these people have basically fought. And I've also learned, by the way, that, the Americans themselves, they believe that the right to, talk of constitutionalism and, proper politics is vested, with legal minds. And I hope that in Africa we can do the same.
Thank you very much. And I must tell you, when I started studying law initially, I thought it was easy. It was so glamorous. I want to be a lawyer. And when I did my first year, I quit, and then I decided to go and do forensics. So when I was done with the forensics, investigation degree, I still want to be a lawyer. Then I came back. I realized that to be a lawyer, you need to be patient. We're talking about, people don't understand. How does this guy know all these things? We're talking about almost 40 models that you have to do as a lawyer. When you are done, it doesn't stop there. The only, profession that you can compare with lawyer is medicine. Because that is the one, profession, when you are done with your degree, you still have to do your housemanship and whatever. And law is almost like that. So, I must say, indeed, we have a legal mind here. And of course, we welcome you to our studio.
Thank you very much. In fact, you will actually notice that, unlike maybe medicine, where, for example, in medicine, they get to know all these diseases because they are already there, unless there's a mutation like what we see, taking place like now, with our dangerous, COVID, sickness or virus, which keeps on changing. With law, the issue is, our law is evolving every day.
Absolutely.
And, there are cases that are being determined on a day-to-day basis, changing the law that you knew yesterday to something completely new.
Like the one that happened this week, the common law something, a woman who took the man, I think they dated for 10 years, but they're not married. So now she wants to get a part of his estate.
Exactly.
Before it's not done like that. But now there was a ruling in Constitutional Court that she can actually get this man estate, even though they're not married.
Indeed so, yes. So you can see that if you knew the law as it was the day before this judgment, you'd actually be thinking, you'd go all arguing, outdated law instead of the law that basically is existent today. And that shows, the fact that, as long as the matter has not been determined or it's been determined wrongly, it can be brought and argued properly. And like we're going to be talking about the case of, the independent people of, Biafra, there is, in my belief, a very important tool that can be used, to basically ensure that self-determination is recognized.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for that. And I must say, they say that it's not, the lawyer who knows the law that wins the case, but the one that consults, the source extensively. All right, we must continue. Reference, as you can see, we have, my goodness, I don't even know how to express this. I've been doing this since 2017, and I've interviewed a lot of people, even here, even when I was in Israel as well. But I must tell you, today is special for me in the sense that I've been looking for this opportunity, to talk to people who really understand what we as Biafrans are going through and what we are fighting for. So let's take it away this evening. And like this morning, I beg your pardon. I'm saying evening because I broadcast in the evening. So we have to shift our broadcast this morning so that we can suit, our guests, and that is why we are doing it this morning. So we need to go straight to it. Very, very important. And as we are, of course, interacting here, you are welcome also to give us a call. We'll open our line at the later stage and get their friends to start calling in. All right, I will start with you, Comrade Stone, because you have seen it all, if I will put it that way. When somebody says, I'm in the struggle, you know what it means. They have seen it all previously and, of course, currently. So, I need to ask you something, Comrade Stone. What is your understanding and take on self-determination as enshrined in the United Nations Charter for the right of the indigenous people? And thank you for correcting me this morning. It's not Article 24, it's Article 1. So what I'm saying, you've seen it all.
This in fact comes from the United Nations, picked it up from the League of Nations. There was the League of Nations, the predecessor to the United Nations. And this is a European concept. For instance, they were fighting for rights of nations to self-determination, to self-determine themselves then. But when the United Nations came about, that's the first article in the UN. Self-determination means a right to govern oneself, rights of peoples or nations. Now, peoples can mean communities, can mean tribes, can mean anything, to govern themselves economically, socially, and politically. But also, another meaning for me is the right to secede from a government which does not serve those people.
Just hold it there. You say succeed.
Yeah.
How come we are being killed in Nigeria when we mention the word? Like we've said something terrible. Please go ahead.
If a government does not, in a unitary state like Nigeria or South Africa, but if the government does not serve the needs of those people, it can be a minority. In most cases it is. Those people, self-determination means they have a right to succeed. Then that means I pull myself out because you are not servicing me as a government. That's the political definition of self-determination. So when it comes to your case, it's an interesting fact. I studied this in university in the 1980s. I'm too old, so I've revealed my age.
I'm just thinking what I was there.
I went to university in 1968, and African politics was one of my majors. So I studied about the Biafran War of the 1967 to 1970, and that's when I first got interested in it. But self-determination for me is a right for any human community, any human to be able to enjoy. Determine yourself, determine this is what I want, this is how I want to be governed, this is what I want politically. That for me is, and the funny thing is that the United Nations does support that.
All right, you said you studied about the Nigerian Biafra War. What would you call it? A genocide or just a war?
No, that was a genocide.
Thank you very much.
Because those people didn't have the means to defend themselves against that army. That was huge. That army was huge, and it was being supported, as we know, by Britain. And even up to now, I know Nigeria is being supported by Britain. We all know that.
All right, they say that the truth will set you free, and it's always good to speak the truth. Now, my concern is, why has the world not recognized the genocide of Biafrans till date, where millions were killed? Until date, nobody have actually acknowledged. During the apartheid regime, after the apartheid, there was truth and reconciliation. In other ways, they're trying to recognize that people suffered, people were killed, because that's how you're going to bring closure if I'm not mistaken. But the Nigerian Biafran war, where people were murdered, slaughtered, over 5 million, and yet till today, nobody is talking about it.
But let's go back. Go back to the Jews who were slaughtered. Those were publicized during the Second World War. It was publicized because it's Europeans. Now you're asking me about why 1967 Nigeria. Even in South Africa, the first instance, we were slaughtered long before the 1961 Sharpeville massacre. But when the worldwide attention turned the cameras and their media upon it, it seemed as if it was something new. 1976, when we were slaughtered again, it seemed like it was something new. But they didn't go back to the 1880s. When I'm talking recently on June 16, we commemorated it's called Reconciliation Day now. I still call it Shaga's Day. I still call it Impi. The Boers, the Afrikaners in my country, call it the Blood River, where they slaughtered 3,000 Zulu Impis in that river. That river turned into blood. They celebrated as Blood River. We celebrated as Shaga's Day. It was on the same day, or Dingan's Day, sorry. But that's the confusion. When it comes to us Africans, our things are seen. We are easily killed. We can be killed and forgotten about. The same thing happened in Rwanda. You remember what it took for Rwanda to recognize that so many people were killed. I think that's the same thing which needs to happen to you guys. Get international attention to focus that was a massacre. That was not a war of liberation where there was the power balance, the powers were imbalanced. The powers were imbalanced. That was a massacre. The people were killed. So there needs to be a change of tone internationally to say it was not a war of liberation where that's another thing. We must change this perception that Biafra belongs only to the Igbos. I think that's the whole thing. The whole world says only the Igbos want to succeed. But that is the thing. My history is that as long as it's African, black, Bantu, it's less important. But immediately when get 12 people. How many people were killed at the World Trade Center? But the whole world is talking about 9/11. That's crazy. Yes. That's madness. How many people are getting killed in wars in Africa right now? And the whole world is correct. It's just that propaganda machine that we don't matter as black people and as African people. We don't matter. So it's for you guys to push that thing. That was a massacre. That was a massacre. Those 3 years of Libya. Yeah.
All right, hold that thought, Comrade Stone. And if you are listening, this is Radio Biafra SADC. We are live. We are direct, of course, coming to you all the way from Johannesburg. And I have, my goodness me, one of the best legal minds. I must tell you, I've interacted with a lot of people, and I can tell you what I'm hearing today is really, making me feel great. All right, let me move to our doctor, our advocate, our legal person. Do you see anything wrong with indigenous African people pursuing and exercising their right to self-determination as envisaged by the same article of the United Nations 1? Because now it appears in Africa, when you talk about self-determination, or when you say we want to succeed or we want to go on our own ways, people label you. And it's so heartbreaking that even African Union, of all people who's supposed to understand the word self-determination, will keep quiet while we are being slaughtered. What is your crime? I want to go my own way. Where on earth has that been written that says, wanting to be on your own is a crime? Please elaborate on that.
Thank you very much. Look, you will have to help me here because the issue that you're touching on, talking about the African Union, for example, is something that is very close to my heart and that pains my heart a lot because the African Union, as it is greatly respected in the world, it does not serve the people of Africa. The African Union serves the head of states. That is why it has been referred to by a lot of people as a trade union of African presidents. And as a result, the African Union is not meant, and I think people should understand that very clearly, that the African Union is not meant to protect you and me. It is meant to protect the people that are presidents, the incumbent presidents, from any form of dissent. That is why you see we had a coup in Zimbabwe in 2017. They say something else, and then you've got a coup taking place up north. They say something quite different. Their involvement in the issues, they don't want to find out why are people disgruntled. the African Union has got, very good, policies and protocols on democracy and elections, or self-determination, but they are all useless because they don't serve the ordinary people. Now, let's get back maybe to where we basically, you started, right, about the right of self-determination. Now, to be more specific, this article, that talks about the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights is the one that deals with self-determination, the right to self-determine. Now, when we talk about self-determination in Africa, what we need to understand is that Africa, from the scramble for Africa, has never self-determined. We are not Africa because we want to be Africa. We are Africa because we are determined by the people that scrambled, that came to colonize Africa today. So all the states that we have in Africa, the countries that we have in Africa, they have not been decided upon by the people of Africa. We inherited boundaries. We inherited states and countries that were determined for us by the colonialists. Now, so that is why you hear people talking about, let's go back to 1873 and all these particular issues where we are saying, but who we are, we come from kingdoms. The kind of constitutionalism and democracy that we talk about as Africans, it is not our idea. It has been slammed into our throats by the colonial masters. So today we talk of neo-colonialism, where everything that is happening, the resources that are finding their ways, outside Africa are serving the interests of the former colonial masters. And the leaders that we have today are feeding into that narrative because they are still colonized, they are still being fed and supported by these colonial masters. I'm sorry to say that. By the way, the African Union, it is sponsored fully by the EU. So how can you say that the African Union is for African people when it is funded? So it is actually speaking the mind of its master.
So it's more like a slave master appointing a foreman who takes care of his slaves.
Exactly.
It's imperialism of the highest form.
So you are singing for your meal. The African Union, if it does not do things, that are determined by its colonial master, it's going to crumble and fall down. If you look at international borders, look, we've got the American states, coming up with the coalition of American states. We've got the EU, we've got, the African Union. It is only the African Union that does not have an accountability system. Because if you look at the EU and the HAUSA, the coalition of American states, they all have got a form of holding state to account if one has violated certain laws and all that.
Yes.
You talk about the African Court of Justice, if it exists, what exactly it does, and the people of Africa, if they are unhappy about what is happening in their state or in their country, they cannot even report their own governments, to the International Court of Justice. And today we have come in Africa. Today we have actually broken away from the International Criminal Court of Justice. This is what we want, because we do not want to be held accountable. I've heard a lot of people complain about the ICC. Look, don't get me wrong. I don't like the Western people determining and deciding who we are. But I find something very wrong with Africans. Maybe one of our good leaders, like Julius Malema, has spoken quite strongly about, ICC. I find it very wrong that you're going to say, why is ICC trying to prosecute, African leaders? I say, if an African leader is being prosecuted by ICC, let him go and prove his innocence. Because in the ICC, he goes there with his lawyers, therefore they are prosecuted. Yeah. Let him be proven to be innocent.
What is he running away from?
Why are you running away? So if someone is saying, but we are only after African leaders, are they innocent or not? Let them go and prove their innocence. Then we can say, no, they are being falsely, prosecuted. So you understand that the defense that says, why are you always after Africa, for me does not make sense. You are violating human rights. African people are slaves in their own continent. African people, the people of Biafra, I like it when Comrade Stone speaks about the 1967 to 1970, issue of Biafra. I don't take it as a war per se. It was, maybe before we even get to that, you must remember that at this stage, the people of Biafra were actually governing themselves.
Yes, of course.
During that period.
Foreign nations.
Yes. So what then happened is, when the government of Nigeria decided to block, the supply of food and cause, about up to 2 million people basically dying, children for that matter, not only talking about that, and the world is not talking about it. The world is not going to talk about anything that happens in Africa that does not portray it in good light. So as long as what happens in Africa is a massacre of the African people and it does not serve the interests, of the so-called international community, it's not going to help us. Now, let's look at what happened with Gaddafi. Now, when you look at the African people and the support for the African people, if a leader in Africa speaks strongly against practices of the West, he is seen as wrong. Now, the people of Libya, for a long period of time, yes, we hear about, the tendencies, of, dictatorship, but one of the most successful states have been Libya.
Absolutely.
Now, because the people of Libya, got everything that they basically wanted. Now, but when the Libyan president was killed, up to today there is chaos in Libya. So is that what was desired? So that now the resources, the Libyan resources can be exploited by whoever, then you can sponsor juntas and wars, and ways of peace, ways of development for all these years. So we as African people are our own worst enemies because we don't know how to come together. Look, my brother, I tell you, the only time that Africa is going to go somewhere else, it is the time that the people of Africa, the ordinary people, you Comrade Stone and all we people sitting here, are going to say, away with the African Union. We are going to form our own African Union that listens to the people. Where, when there is an assembly of the African Union or the people of Africa, it is not these dictators that go and sit and drink tea and talk about how to oppress the African people, but where the people are going to make presentations on how we want Africa to move forward.
Thank you very much. Comrade Stone, I want you to come in here. There are phrases I hear mostly here in South Africa, and it makes me angry. You know why it makes me angry? You will hear this what they say, Africa must unite. Africa must unite. And the person who's telling me that Africa must unite hasn't even been around Africa. He doesn't know that my people are being slaughtered when he's even saying Africa unite. It makes me upset. Because for me, he should be talking about stop the killing. Do you understand? Get the world to know that people are dying, that Africa is not united and will never be united until indigenous people are what? Free. So why do people here, I'm sure you've heard that. Even Comrade Malema used to say that before, but he has stopped now. He used to believe in African unity. But he realized that Africa is not really united, and it's not going to be united until 1, 2, 3 is addressed.
I'm going to be controversial here.
Please do. I love
I'm of the school of Nkwane Nkrumah and the Thomas Sankaras, and I do believe in African unity, but not in isolation of what it means. I'm an African.
Of course.
I belong from the top to the bottom of Africa. Now I'm going to come here and be controversial. There's certain nations or countries, Algeria, Egypt and all that, I'm sorry. For me, I don't consider them as African because recently as now they had a FIFA Arab Cup. They aligned themselves with Arabism and then because of a geographical nature they call themselves African. There's a difference between an African and this African which we are so-called indigenous African. So I believe in the unity of indigenous. Okay, let me explain to you this way. I agree with Comrade Sibanda here. We never drew the borders of Africa. When my family, the Kumalos and the other side, the Sibanda's family, existed in the 16th, 15th centuries, if there was no water on my side of the land, I crossed the river, there's water on your side. For the next 15 years, I stayed there. Once I stayed there, we start having relations. We intermarry. By the time I go back to my side of the river, I already have a quarter of your nation, and I've left a quarter of my nation that side. We become one. We didn't draw borders. Thus we interacted like that. Thus I migrated. I'm South African, but I know I migrated from the north. I came down here in the 9th and 10th century. That's why my nose has got smaller. Yours is bigger.
Yes, they told us, I think the origin of South African law, that was my first model ID.
Yeah.
Okay. I read about that.
I migrated from the north. I migrated from you guys, Biafra land, if you could call it, because it's as wide as possible.
The Goonies, right?
The Goonies.
There we go.
And then we are all Bantu nation. We slaughtered to ancestors. We had certain cultures which are similar to us. Now tell me if those ones I consider as Arabs are united. So this practice the same culturalization. I culturalize the same as I am. No, they are not. No, they are not. There's a certain distinct things. That's why in your country you even have them. They are Arabs. They're called Fulanis,
yes,
and they come from there. They are the ones who took the very same you to be slaves in America and the rest of Europe. So let's be careful about unity of Africa without putting it into context. We can, and I agree with Comrade. You get an elite class who serve their imperial masters. This whole system of capitalism which exists in Africa is meant to serve the masters who keep on taking oil out of the country. I mine a diamond here, it goes to Sweden, it comes back 7 times the price, and I have to buy it at that money. The very same oil goes out of the country, it comes back. So all those things, I do believe in the school of Kunakam to say Africans must unite. But the thing is, we haven't determined what sort of Africa we want.
And who is Africa and who is...
No, we haven't determined who's Africans and who's not. We must get back to that. Who's the indigenous people of Africa? Who are the real people who came to who were in this country? Okay, in my country I've got a funny story. The whites, Dutch descent, are Afrikaners. They've been here for 400 years. They call themselves Africans, which means since 1652, which means Afrikaners. Colonization of a special type. They colonized us and put us in here. That's our struggle was for that. But even up to today, our struggle is still against economic oppression, which they still extend. The same struggle which all Africa suffers from. We are still imperialized, colonized by people who operate us by remote control. Taking us, there was a professor who said, he says the whole ideology, look at me, I'm speaking in English, I'm supposed to be speaking in Swahili. I'm supposed to be speaking in Igbo or other African language, but there's no way. The whole ideology, my concept is changed to suit this this westernized perspective. Our whole ideology in Africa has changed. We haven't even defined ourselves as Africans who are. So how can you unite with something which you yourselves don't know? So
thank you very much. I'm glad we've gotten that out of the way, because it really troubles me when I hear that Africa unites Africa. Like if you meet somebody here in this country, South Africa, and you say to them, we're fighting for Biafra, you know what he will say to you? Come on guys, you don't need to fight. Africa was
no, they don't.
And when he said that, I'm so angry. He doesn't know why I ran away from home and came. That would have been the question, but why are you here? That would have been the first question. Listen to my story first, and then tell me if you are still a believer in Africa.
The worst thing apartheid did to this country was to limit the black mind, the African mind. Less education. They limited us to be workers and to chant their policy. So those majority of South Africans of African descent who are black lack education about the rest of Africa. They didn't take out to find out what is happening to the rest of Africa. We're limited in terms of our knowledge to the rest. What is happening to the rest of Africa? Why are so many Africans flocking into South Africa? What is happening in their countries? We lack that, and then now we are planning to deport everybody.
All right. And that's the thing. Sometimes you don't blame the people. It's all about education. What's the conception that foreigners are coming here to take your job? Mm-hmm. They forget the fact that these same foreigners you're talking about, they ran away from home for a reason. They don't even love being here. Mm-hmm. They're here because they can go back. I'd rather live here and go through this whole xenophobia thing than go there and get killed. Mm-hmm. Because after xenophobia, there's still hope. There's still life. Yes.
I hope it doesn't happen to that.
All right. We must continue. Comrade, and I'm calling you comrade because you're all comrade. I need to ask you something before I come back to Comrade Stone. there is this animalistic instinct of human nature to be free, freedom. I have 2 rabbits, or should I say it's for my boys, they have 2 rabbits. So this rabbit, each time I want to take this rabbit to put it in the cage, where they sleep, it's a war. They will be running away, I will catch them, they run away. Then my mind tells me this rabbit doesn't want to go in there. I don't know if you get what I listen, an animal. Telling me I don't want to go into that, and when I end up putting them in that cage, they'll be making noise the whole night, eating, come and get me out of here. That kind of thing. How much more a human being? When a human being say, guys, I want to leave, you have to let him go. If you try to stop him, then of course he becomes something else. It becomes kidnapping, it becomes hostage taking. So how come that people don't understand that fact, that people are created that way to be free? I take you back to American independence. You know what happened? These so-called superpowers, they forgot how they got where they are. America was in the same situation. Boston in the 17th, there were slaughters of Americans. They threw stones at British troops, and Britain slaughtered Americans. What did they do? They went into a house and locked themselves up and said, we are going to be free today. And they made a decision and said, whatever it is the price we are willing to pay. If we have to go to the gallows, so be it.
The Boston Tea Party.
Thank you. That was how American freedom was born. So how come the hypocrisy of the whole wide world, when it comes to Africa, they watch, they laugh. Look at these people, what is that they're doing? They know that what we are doing is the right thing, but they keep quiet. For me, it is hypocrisy. So when I read their history, how they got to where they are, even America has to fight Britain to be free. But the same people will not come and say to African leaders, allow them, this is how it is done. Talk to me about this animalistic freedom, instinct to be free.
Let me contextualize it, in fact, and show you the tools of oppression that are used in Africa. During the war of colonialism and apartheid and all that we had, there was support for people that were oppressed to pick guns and go and fight, whoever oppressed them, because the people that oppressed them were, perceived to be, the Western states. Now today, you come from Biafra. I'm not saying you're coming from Nigeria. You have run away because, one, if you look at the 1967 to 1970 situation, where apart from the guns, people were starved. Have you noticed that poor economics has been used as a tool to force people out of their country? Apart from just shooting people with guns, but if you starve people, if you don't give people jobs, it means that this person must say, which death is better? Should I just die sitting here, of starvation, or should I go and look for food somewhere else? Now, if today you stood up and you say, we want to fight this government, because it is oppressing us, the whole world is going to turn against it and say, no, this is an uprising, this is a coup, this is a civil war, and no one is going to support your fight. The people that are telling you today that go back to your country and fix it, they will not stand with you when you want to pick a gun and fight a person who's oppressing you.
But now they're telling me to go back to fix my country. They give me spanner, no screwdriver.
You understand? So someone who's saying go and fix, how are you fixing? The state that is governing your country has got police officers where they will arrest you. Where is the Biafran leaders we're talking today? How can he defend himself? You are taken and thrown into a prison of your oppressor because you have expressed yourself. The right says you have a freedom of expression, you have a freedom of political association. These are international human rights, where you basically speak about your right. But if you take this person who is fighting for their own rights and self-determination, which is enshrined in international law in terms of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights as well, and then you put that person in prison, but this person does not have a prison where they can take you and put you. So you are talking about a Goliath and a David kind of a scenario where you are saying this state that has got all the apparatus, I must stand against the state which has got all the apparatus which I cannot defend myself. If you engage the South African government today and say, look, we are the independent people, or indigenous people of Biafra, we want to be independent. The government of South Africa says, but wait a minute, there is already a government in Nigeria, we cannot be encouraging people to break away. But wait a minute, we have got marriages taking place in this world.
And when any one of the partners in a marriage feels that no, it's not working, we allow them to divorce. I mean, that's a very small, I'm looking at it from now, a very small component, where you are saying when people come together and they feel that the relationship is not working, it is toxic, you say they must separate. Now, you have got provinces, people coming together, different languages, and ethnic groups coming together. And people say, but this relationship is not working for me. But you are forcing that and say, no, you cannot break away because I want to be a leader and a president of such a big land. If you break away, it means I'm not going to be seen as a big leader. That is the hypocrisy that we're talking about. So when you look at the African Union is that tool, that vehicle, that will say, we want to make sure that the status quo remains the way it is. So when we talk about freedom of the people of Africa, we're not only being hypocritical, we are actually being devious. We are being, untrue to the core concept of Ubuntu or humanity. Because you have said a rabid fight for its basic freedom. Now, when you move away from your country because you cannot express yourself, if you express yourself, you're going to be arrested, you're going to be killed, the army is going to be brought against you, and nobody speaks against that. There's not a single person who speaks about the brutality. We saw just in Nigeria in 2021, when people were closed on the other side and there was serious shooting and massacres. We know about the elections, the last election in Nigeria, where up to the 11th hour there is a complete blackout and things go missing. But the election has been held to be free and fair, and now it is holding water, so governance is continuing. Now, we talk about democracy and constitutionalism, but we do not know how to adhere to the principles of that constitutionalism. We use it simply to blind people so that they can believe that we're constitutional states. You spoke about knowledge and understanding, about education. The only time that constitutionalism and democracy is going to be seen as a tool that is important in Africa is when civic education, when people understand their rights and responsibilities, when all these that call themselves governments will go out and say, look, from the first step, the principle of constitutionalism from about the 13th century, it actually said, and it says even today, that when people agree that they want to be governed by a constitution, it gives them the right that when they are not happy, they must revolt even by force and overthrow that government.
Absolutely.
But that's not what we are teaching the African people. We are saying, no, there is a constitution, people must be law-abiding, but you don't talk about when people are dissatisfied.
What they must do.
You are saying, no, man, you must wait for 5 years when there is another election. I'm banning right now. Why are you telling me I must wait for another election? Whose election? Who is determining that for me? Look, I determine myself that I'm not happy with this union. The people of Biafra are saying, we have been put here by the colonizer, and because it suits anyone who wants to govern, Nigeria, the states, the federations, who says, no, but look, I want to be seen as the leader of such a big country, I want these people to be free. And what is more important here, it is not the freedom of the people and what people want. Why don't you put a referendum and go to the people? That's saying we don't want to be here and hear what they want to say. It's so difficult to allow the people to, these people that are speaking here, it's a people that is a sample of the people that say we're not happy. So why not give them an opportunity to express themselves and see if they will lose?
So, you see,
my goodness, please go ahead.
You see, somebody in the British government told me straight. He says they'll never smell that, but I don't understand it. A referendum is what you are all asking for.
That's all.
That's all. Let me determine. Let's put it to the test. Yes. Do these people in this region want to be falling under this country called Nigeria, or these people want to be on their own? I remember there've been deaths, massacres, killings ever since. Since you guys started the struggle for freedom, for basically it's a struggle for a referendum at this stage. You're not saying you want to secede from Nigeria, but you want to hold a referendum which asks the people on the ground if they want to do that. But of course you're not going to get it, because you see the problem is those people serve other masters. Those masters are not in Africa. Those masters are in Europe. And there's somebody who told me straight in my face, says, those people are dreaming. Britain will never allow them. I said, who? He said, Britain will never allow them to do that. And if you see where all the money is, you're saying why it can't happen. Come on, guys, we know. It can't happen because all the money is going to somebody else's pocket. It's not even staying amongst this elite of Africans. They serve other masters. Let me explain what we did. We had 4 pillars of our struggle. First was international isolation. We isolated the South African government. We isolated the apartheid government internationally. Nigeria was one of the first countries, where we got money from, and I've been recently taught a new language to say the chief of the Igbos was the first one to host Mandela. And I didn't know that. So I learn history every day because I'm studying this side of the conflict now. Now, when we isolated this state, the illegitimate state of South Africa, we went all over the country, all over the Africa, as you are doing now, informing those people in those countries what is happening here. You understand what I'm saying? The first point of call, I always say this, wherever Biafrans are based, inform those people in those countries because they don't know what is happening. It's not in popular media. Have your media campaigns, your political awareness campaigns in it. That was international isolation. We isolated them internationally by having these campaigns internationally to say, these people are killing us down there. You are busy trading with them, you are playing sport with them and all. They are killing us. We made sure that if a child died today, like Hector Peterson, is only a reflection of one person, June 16. One person, but it took over a whole nation, that the whole world focused on it. I think that's a strategy which worked for us. Second was mass mobilization on the ground. We made sure our people on the ground were mobilized in masses. That we stopped going to school. There was a time we even said, we're not going to those beaches which are divided black and white. We will go to the white beaches. We'll sit on the white chairs. We will do what we defied. Defiance campaign. We defied their laws. Mass mobilization. And of course, the third one was sanctions. We made sure that this country was sanctioned. And the fourth one was the armed struggle. When a person doesn't listen, Nelson Mandela said, these people are killing us. They're killing us. They're not listening. And we did what? We picked up guns.
Let me come in there. I like that. Because I hear people saying it will never happen. And I say, but who the hell are you to decide my future? It's better I'm dead than you telling me it's not going to happen.
Yeah.
Now, when it comes to freedom fighting, remember IPOB were the peaceful.
Yes, I know.
But it doesn't mean that it's going to be like that forever. All options are on the table. But you see, as a civilized people, we started off with a peaceful, demonstration, following the UN Charter and what have you. All we are saying, give us a referendum, let's go put it to test and see what happens. But if it comes to a push at the end of the day that you tell us no, it's not going to happen, then we say to you, to your tent, O Israel, and you know what? I don't want to call it out.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah. So people must understand, when it comes to freedom fighting, all options are on the table. We're even willing to talk to the enemies when they are ready to talk. Do you understand? But at the end of the day, if they refuse, then of course, it's not like we don't know what we must do or what we can do. And let me tell you the danger. People, the world don't understand. Maybe I must use this opportunity to say it. You see, Biafrans, they are everywhere. The whole world. My goodness me, they are scattered. Not by choice, but because of the situation at home.
Economic.
They are everywhere now in the whole world. Is that the kind of people you want to mess with? Because when they lose it, can you understand what will happen around the world? It will be chaotic. Because each government of the world will be calling and saying, what is going on? Who are these people? So they are lying low. They are not making troubles. They are asking for a simple thing. And to be honest, we are not going to ask forever. All right, Comrade Stone, I will be back, and great dear friends, if you are listening, I want to open our lines, of course, and see if anybody is willing to come in and ask some questions. Of course, you know the lines to call, +27 740 678 412, +27 740 678 412. You can also call me on Skype. It's Radio Biafra SADC. Radio Biafra SADC. Don't forget, Radio Biafra is one word. Radio Biafra SADC. All right, the numbers to call once again, +27 740-678-412 for the last time, plus 27-740-678-412, and join the interaction this morning. It is hot here in the studio, not by the means of the weather, but of course what is happening here. I must tell you, we will take a quick break and we will be back, and of course, and take your calls at the same time. Don't go away.
Get it online, on your mobile. This is IPOB Community Radio, Radio Biafra, the first and the last.
The history of a people, I repeat, is like the stream of life from which the character, form, and structure of the identity, their backwardness and progress are drawn. It affords the people the platform on which to predict their future. Though, just as every stream has a source, so every group of people has a beginning.
I had a voice on the radio Biafra. London is the mouthpiece of the Biafrans. Nnamdi Kanu is his slave. He made a vow to fight the end. Till our nation Biafra is restored. We love him, he's our mentor. Biafra is for real. Yeah. We will keep on fighting till the end.
Anything you hear on radio Biafra is the gospel truth.
I had a voice right in the air, sounding like a thunder, calling for my freedom.
All right, welcome back. I see the lines are going blazes. I don't know if caller on the line, can you hear me? I don't know if the caller on the line can hear me. Do I have a caller on the line? All right, let's get this thing working. I don't know. Unbelievable. Okay, I need to go back on break to sort out this line. I think something is a bit wrong here with the lines, and we need to sort that out. Very, very important. The calls are coming in, but it appears, I don't know. Let me try again. Caller on the line, can you hear me? Caller on the line. Do I have a caller on the line? All right, let's do this. Just 1 second for me. Caller on the line, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Watching again.
All right, good morning from here. This is Radio Biafra. Please, your names and where you're calling from.
Good morning. I am Comrade Mbanali Sachima. I am calling you from Johannesburg.
All right, Comrade, please go ahead and give us your question.
Comrade, I must thank you for this morning's broadcast. It's very informative. I would like to ask our comrade from ANC, seeing that the president of South Africa visited the imposter in Asarok, I would like to know the policies of ANC towards Nigeria. Seeing the massacre and everything that's been going on, is the opposition supposed to change this year or not? South Africa is the leading nation in Africa, and I think that their behavior will go a long way. That is my question, Wachineke.
All right, thank you very much. And of course, you can listen over the radio and your question will be answered. Let me see if I can get this one. Caller on Skype, can you hear me? Caller on Skype. All right, good morning. This is very faint. I'm not sure why. Let's do this. Yes, but hold on a second. I need to sort out something very quickly. Just hold on for me. Mazi, can you hear it? Can you try again?
All right. Don't worry. I will come back to you. Just hang in there. There's a lot of issues here. I will come back to you, Mazi. Please don't go away. I'm trying to see what I can do to sort this out. Very, very important. Before we go to him, you heard the question he had from South African perspective. Please go ahead.
I will not speak for the ANC, but I'll tell you how we decide policy within the ANC. And I cannot speak for the ANC. I'm just an average member and only in my branch. But let me tell you how it works. You ask me, does the government, South African government, I won't speak for the South African government either. Do you ask me if the South African government has a policy with Nigeria? Of course, they have bilateral relations with Nigeria. Those bilateral relations have been there for a long time. As the African National Congress, we haven't taken a position on Biafra and your struggle for Biafra. Only this year, we're going to have a policy conference, and at the end of that policy conference, then we'll be able to go to a national conference. Policy is taken. We do discuss African politics. We do discuss issues of African politics. Once that policy is taken, then only will it filter to the government of the country, if we are still government of the country. So I cannot speak either for the ANC or for the government of the country, but this is my personal opinion. Until policy is taken on what we say about the right of self-determination by the Biafrans in Nigeria, the ANC hasn't taken any position on that as yet.
All right, thank you very much, my brother. If you're listening, I'm sure you've heard that. I'm trying to sort out a lot of issues here. Technically, we are having a problem, but let me do this. Maybe it will help us, because I have a caller holding for me on Skype. Mazi, can you hear me? Are you still there? Caller on Skype. Caller on Skype, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Okay, I can hear you now. Please go ahead. Welcome to the programs. Your names, please, and where you calling from.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mazi. My name is Chukwela Tamabuzo. I'm calling from Italy, aka Emigris. Please, I want.
God of Shadrach and Meshach and Abednego, this God that never abandons his people, this same God is our refuge, and we proclaim it unashamedly that this God that we kneel and bow before, we shall worship thee. For Biafra is your promise, your word is yea and amen. Instead of your word not to come to pass, heaven and earth will cease to exist. Upon this very hope we anchor all our belief that Biafra shall come in our time, and we pray that it come this very year, that your glory may be made manifest in the lives of men, that we may kneel and bow before thee. Nyahan soro tutonon soporo ne jamani bisiala chineke na keprumi gelida ko tutoni ne wedrigeze tenso ugama womboni ne bigebe. He
said, once again, I welcome each and every one of you to today's edition of Radio Biafra HAUSA-SERVICE, coming to you through the auspices of Radio Biafra London. My name remains Mazi Jonathan Chinedu from Alu province of Biafra land. Our leader is the indefatigable Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, who is in the enemy dungeon. Because of you and I, make no mistake about it, he must be released. It doesn't matter what both the mischief makers, both the impostor, both everybody, it doesn't matter what happens. Our leader must be released. There are those that are using the release of our leader or the hypocritical proclamation of the release of our leader in order to cause mischief or try to cause mischief. But I am telling you that our leader's release is the priority of IPOB. Make no mistake about it, because he has never committed any crime. It is the Nigerian government that committed crime against him. Extraordinary rendition, that is abduction, kidnapping of a British citizen into a third country is an international crime. But the Nigerian media, they will never tell you that. And they are asking, can you, they ask the impostor, what about Kanu? And, people translate anything they want. Oh, it's not going to, interfere in the judicial process. Is it not laughable? Is it not laughable? But what is happening, they have a hot potato in their hand. Do you remember what Comrade Stone, which is being called the interview by Mazi in this platform to a South African ANC activist that fought apartheid? You know what he said? I don't know, people think that freedom fighting, this is just a joking affair. It's something you go relax and be in your Facebook screen, and you buy one smartphone or laptop, and once you pronounce, everything is done. No. You know what that man said? He laughed. He said, there's one question posed to him. He laughed. He said, look, the Nigerian government have elevated this your struggle to another level by kidnapping Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. That is what people don't understand. This struggle have been elevated in another level. It is no more what you are thinking about. Because, our leader, he is just like a sacrificial lamb. He presented himself. That is the trouble of being chosen. The other day I told you that once you are chosen for this cause, you are in a big problem. You are in big trouble, just like Jonah. Jonah no way are saying, well, it's you that is going to go and preach. He said, but what? You don't see every other people are there. You are taking me. That is the problem of being chosen. That's it. After all, according to the Bible story, Elijah started running. He ran away into the wilderness. He said, I'm tired of this every time sending the Chineke. Give me now, let me die once and for all. What if the this while? Not let me live for this Israel. Every time problem. Go and face this person. Go and face it. You don't know that being chosen is a problem. Don't you know that? That is what our leader is in. That is why if you are a hardcore chosen Biafran in IPOB, you will not be like other people. I'm telling you honestly. That's it. So, according to what the man said, look, you people don't understand, but the kidnapping of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is an elevation. You don't understand. Whatever our enemy think that they are doing it in order to kill us, in order to subjugate or to subdue this struggle, is don't know that they are taking it to another level. That is why when I look to mischief makers, I laugh. I say, these people, you should be ashamed. Because history will remember you just like Okpa Biaseka. Who answers Okpa Biaseka today? Where are his children? They changed their names. Is it the time their father was doing what he was doing? He thought that at least he want to be a governor, administrator, a political position. Now he must be there. So that is why killing his people, he must be there. But today his children and children, they now hide from that name. Is it a good thing? Just tell me, is that a good thing? When you cannot answer your father's name, you are hiding. Somebody will see you and say, you resemble Okpa Biaseka. Are you not one of his sons? Say, no, who is that man? Yeah, I don't know him. Do you think that is a good thing? Do you think? It's being pursued by the land. Do you understand? Therefore, whatever you are doing in this struggle, Nako Icheki, because we are moving forward. It doesn't matter the pushings of our enemies and detractors. We must move forward. Before I bring in my guest of today, I will just read on just few headlines, please. Few headlines. There is one headline, it says, Northern group to boycott Igbo goods in response to IPOB's ban on beef. Okay? Okay. Let's read it a bit. The coalition of northern groups, that is today's news, January 7th, 2022. The coalition of northern groups have reacted to the proscribed indigenous people of Biafra's ban. Do you see what we talk about Nigerian media? Every time they talk about IPOB, they make sure that they put that word, proscribed. But bandits, no proscribed. They don't put it. No. Bandits. Fulani headsmen, no prescription, all right? Do you see the mischief that is happening? Nigeria is in a quagmire today because they try to split atom. People don't understand this. Maybe, the other day I said it. The nuclear bomb we have today, do you know, it is as a result of breaking the tiniest particle in this planet Earth. The tiniest particle is an atom. Do you understand? So, in order to break it using uranium and the other means, now you have chain reaction. Nigeria, the powers to be, the creators of Nigeria, they tried to break the mitochondria, the dots. I'm not talking it in their context. In our context, the dots, the nucleus, they try to break that atom, and what you are seeing in Nigeria today is the ricochet effect. Effect. It's a chain reaction when you try to break atom. It has a very devastating chain reaction. Do you remember what our leader said? That the North, they will be ravaged. That is it. Okay. Now, the coalition of northern groups have reacted to the proscribed indigenous people of Biafra's ban on consumption of Fulani cows or beef in Southeast, calling for a total boycott of all businesses operated by the Igbo all over the North. Is it not the best? Do you see how the leadership of this struggle is dismantling the zoo bit by bit? For those that don't want to come back home, for those Biafrans that are now in the North, how I wish that they boycott your goods and services. I know that even from boycotting, they will start destroying your properties. So it is better for you to do the needful. We welcome it. It's a very big welcome development. Because two opposing ideologies can never stay together in a so-called one country. Therefore, I even encourage the Northern Coalition Group to please hammer it every day in the North so that they will be able to boycott the Igbo or Biafran goods in the North. It is good. As from the 22nd day of April, from April 2022. It's a welcome development because the order has been dished out that as from April, there should be no more Fulani cows being used in our land for any celebration. People think that, don't worry now, the time. You have the time. Our people are very stubborn. They didn't look, don't worry until that time you will understand how serious we are. That time you will understand. That is why since last year, the leadership of this struggle has been telling us, telling Biafrans, telling everybody, telling those that are using or doing business on Fulani cows, look for another means of livelihood. Because Yasukwe, when the time elapses, that time you will know. We are in a freedom fighting. Do you understand? Sacrifices must be made. Our leader is in the dungeon. It's a very huge sacrifice. He lost his parents. It's a very big sacrifice. Therefore, we shall never, because of the business interests of few, and continue putting ourselves into bondage. Because this is what the Fulanese, this is what the caliphate, the weapon they have been using against us. No, these people, can they leave their properties in the north? Can they do say, no, don't worry. Can they? Before they say, Igbo man cannot close his market for one day. But they saw it that now Biafra is more than your business. Do you understand? The leadership has given that command. Therefore, it must be obeyed. It doesn't matter. We even welcome Abdulaziz Suleiman. Please tell the caliphate. As from that date, let them boycott also the services or the goods of Biafrans. You know, they call Igbo. Igbo, it doesn't matter whether you are Ijo, you are the Efik. Everybody is Igbo to them. Do you understand? So is teaching time saves mind. Onye mara aso ya so n'ikwe. Ị ga-amakwa na aso ịsọ n'ala. That is the thing. Let me go on few minutes breaks so that I will bring in my guests of today. Please, I will go on few minutes break in order to bring in the guests of today in this interactive session of Radio Biafra HAUSA-SERVICE, coming to you through Radio Biafra London. I will be right back. welcome back. This is Radio Biafra HAUSA-SERVICE coming to you via the auspices of Radio Biafra London. My name remains Mazi Chinedu. Today is the 7th day of January in the year of our Lord 2022. I am now joined by Mazi Sanworu and Mazi Abanyam. Please welcome to the program. Please, can you hear me, Mazi?
Yeah, Mazi, I can hear you. I can hear you very clearly. Good evening, Mazi Chinedu. This evening I'm here with my colleague, the member of the DOS, Mazi Austin Abanyam. Biafrans, friends of Biafrans, and lovers of freedom. My name is Mazi Sanworu. Mazi Sanworu served the indigenous people of Biafra as a member of the Directorate of State. I hail from Obingwa. Obingwa is in Aba province. This evening, we have come on air. This is our New Year interactive section. We believe that people have stick to their radio. If you have questions that are bothering you, you need some clarifications, this is always the opportunity you have to bring on those questions. That is why these members of the Directorate of States are always coming on air to clarify our people, to educate our people. We might not be able to be coming on air on a daily basis because we have people anchoring the programs. We have people and they're doing a very great job. Mazi Jonathan is doing a great job. Mazi Ike Peters, Ikechukwu Onoha, and Tareme Me, Mazi Obilo, Nwachineke from Asia, and Mazi Alozie. Everybody, many people, they are doing a great job, and all their programs are very educative. That is why we might not, and what we are doing is not something we can be coming every day to talking. We want, anytime we come on air, we must come to educate our people. We must come to clarify some doubt. This is a struggle. This is not an entertainment business. We do not just want to come on air to tell you something that will make your body so sweet so that you can go and sleep. We have to face the reality. Before we speak to our people, we will make sure that what we are telling our people is the accurate information. We will make sure that what we are telling our people is something that will never backfire on our people. We will make sure that every action we are taking must be an action that will preserve this struggle and preserve every other Biafrans who have staked their life, their businesses in what we are doing. Therefore, Biafrans, this evening, I know some people do say we take a lot of time educating our people. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu have took many years to educate our people, but still, not everybody have removed themselves. Many people are still wearing that crown of ignorance, moving around, finding one excuse or the other to tell the world that IPOB is not in order, or to tell the world that IPOB leadership is not in control of this movement. But this evening, by the time we will educate our people, make some clarifications, it is left for you to know which road to follow. There is only one way. That way is the restoration of Biafra under the leadership of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and with the people he left behind, whom he asked to take over from what he has been doing in case he is not there. And this evening, I hope at the end of this program, most of you will be fulfilled. Most of you will go home fulfilled and know that this leadership is still in the right course on the restoration of Biafra. Thank you, Mazi Chinedu. Please, Mazi Abanyam, you take over the mic. Thank you.
Thank you, Mazi Sanworu. Thank you, Mazi Chinedu, for anchoring this program. And Biafrans are commending you for the wisdom you display day in, day out, trying to educate our people, trying to enlighten them. Your message is being heard all around the world. And we are grateful for all you are doing, praying that Biafra wants to bless you and all the presenters of this Biafra program. You guys are doing a great job. I want to start by saying a short prayer for our leader, wherever he is, that Chukwu Kabiyama will continue to sustain him, protect him against all harms, the way he protected Daniel in the lion's den according to the scriptures. Because Nnamdi Kanu has made the Lord his refuge and fortress, and therefore he will never be despised or forsaken, because all eyes are on him. Chukwu Kabiyama will also never let shame befall his mighty name, because Nnamdi Kanu has called his name morning, afternoon, and night. And Biafrans are waiting to see the hand of the Lord manifest in the life of our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. We continue to pray that no harm shall befall him, and he shall be released unconditionally by the power of the mighty Chukwu Kabiyama. He shall be released, and he shall be the one to lead us into the new and independent sovereign nation of Biafra, where we shall sing and dance to the praise and to worship and to the adoration and the exaltation of the Lord Chukwu Kabiyama in the land of Biafra, because his name shall be immortalized in the land of Biafra when Biafra is finally restored. I pray also for the ESN, that they shall be united. Victory shall be their own. The enemies that are coming to distract, to bring confusion, and to divide the family of IPOB shall always fail. ESN shall be victorious. They are anchored in truth, in harmony, and in honesty, and they shall do the work for which they have been formed, the work which they have come to sacrifice their lives and everything they have to protect their land, their heritage, and the people. We pray that they shall live to win the victory for Biafra and live to enjoy the land of Biafra. We thank every other IPOB family member who is working assiduously to ensure that this struggle is kept afloat in the absence of our leader. Our media warriors, those who have been incarcerated in many prison and detention centers in the zoo and in Biafra land, we pray for you guys. Chukwu Kabiyama will continue to sustain you wherever you are, and he shall, in his infinite mercy, release you people. And we are going to do our own best to ensure that you gain your freedom. Thank you, Biafrans. Good evening from here. Good morning and good night, depending on your time zone. I pray in the name of Chukwu Kabiyama that every Biafran listening to this program, those who are also not able to listen, but they are supporting the restoration of Biafra, working assiduously in their own capacity to ensure that we gain our freedom. Chukwu Kabiyama shall continue to sustain and bless each and every one of you. In the mighty name of Chukwu Kabiyama we have prayed. He said, dear friends, I want to thank you all for listening. We have come again from the Directorate of State to, as my colleague Mazi has already alluded, we have come to answer some questions. We have come to clarify issues. We have come to educate and enlighten our people regarding the struggle, because we have noticed, sadly, that upon all the years our leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has spent educating and directing and trying to open the eyes of our people, which we are sure that millions have benefited from what we call the University of Radio Biafra. But sadly enough, there are a handful of those who have remained dormant and ignorant to the fact that they still listen to gossip, forgetting what they have learned. Just a little twist of the enemy, they will be torn around by the wind of every wind that blows, both east, west, north, and south. They have forgotten what they should have learned from what our leader has been teaching them. But we are here tonight to set the record straight and to ensure that by the end of this program, the informed mind will have learned, even the ignorant would learn, and the blind will see, and the deaf will also hear. Important thing is that you are in the spirit, because our struggle is divinely ordained. It's not for carnal mind. That's why our leader has maintained that this struggle is not for poor people. The poor people cannot do freedom fighting. That's why I see them running helter-skelter, trying to see how they can make living from a struggle that you know that blood has been shared and still being shared for the sake of our freedom, and some people have come here just to make a living out of the blood of their kin, blood of their brothers and sisters who have been killed beginning from 1945 till date. We are here to ensure that we go home as soon as possible, that our leader shall be released by the power and grace and mercy of Chukwu Kabiama. And from the little that we can afford as humans, we are going to give our best. This is what the Directorate of State has been doing. That's what we will continue to do. We don't have time for gossips. You won't see us on Facebook gossiping, on YouTube gossiping, because we are too busy to do that. Our leader has assigned us important assignments to do, and that's what we have been doing. And we believe with our little effort and the grace of Chukwu Abiyama, victory shall be ours, even tomorrow, even today. We are going to be victorious. In his mighty name, we have prayed. Thank you, Pastor. Mazi Chinedu, thank you so much.
There were Mazi. I want us to start this before going into more pressing issues, please. Because many people listen to this. I want you to listen just a few minutes so that we just make some clarification. You can make your comments about it so that we move on. Please, let us listen.
From Mazi Kingsley Kanu, the younger brother.
This is some statements by the brother of our leader. So I want you people to listen to it, please, before we continue, please.
The way we do things, to avoid that, when he removed somebody on 10th or 9th of May in one of his broadcasts for meddling into the affairs of Ndinche Nolo, yes, I got her note what she wrote from A to Z, a piece she wrote. How she disagree with Mazi Nnamdi. This is somebody that has not been up to 2 years in IPOB. After that, I didn't speak to her again. I closed my mouth. Fortunately for me, I came into the meeting they did on the date she pronounced on the 19th, if I'm not mistaken. And the meeting is about lobbying group in UK. She was lying to you people now, she jumped it. Because at the time I engaged them, the lobbying group in UK, I myself haven't lived in UK, there is nothing like that. I am working with people in the UK. When I mean people in UK, the top of all. I work with them in UK and I know how things go. They went at the back and cooked up and said that when do authorize the lobbying group to exist. And that even the same woman speaking, that then I was instructed to release funds on that threat. I can categorically tell you that is lies. Even when I went to the meeting, that man made mention of that very issue. You know what I told him, man? I said, don't worry. I will come about you. I did. The next day, I called him and told him that you guys are telling lies. It might be a misinformation because they tell lies. They brought in Abanim. Mazi Austin Abanim, the European Continental Rep. Mazi Chike Doziem. That Onyendu said to them, the recent woman that was speaking said that she got the information that she's communicating with Onyendu's legal team on that note. That one she missed. She didn't say that. This is how you see them when they lie. They want to bring in people. Told her categorically, having lived UK, the easiest way to lobby is for you to have an appointment and meet your GP in his or her surgery and explain the situations to them. Now, funny enough, while I was debating these people, you know what? They told me that the lobbying group is only after the release of Onyendu and not for the referendum. That was when I paused and said, Onyendu's release is imminent. People should be talking about is referendum. That is the most important thing, and not what people are saying. And all of them ganged up and said that this was what happened. After confirming that to them, the woman, unluckily for her, unfortunately for her, she went and made that statement, telling people, she went and made that statement, pointing fingers on me, that I was the one that tried to disrupt all the hunting they're doing. I told them, I repeat again, that what they are doing is fraudulent. People are using the name of Onyendu to make fool of other people. That is what I detest so much. If you watch what was played in the last months, Onyendu was a rendition to Nigeria. You have a lot of things coming up, how people are speaking, left, right, and center like idiots, because they want to make fool of our people. I myself, as Kanu, as one oath, I've been in this struggle more than every one of them, arguably. I mean, all of them, collectively. I know what is happening in IPO. Most of them are after where money is. I repeat again, the issue of IPOB financial system is very clear. Any person, it doesn't matter the position you occupy in IPOB. You have no discuss the issues of finance without Madam Nnamdi. It is a very clear order from the highest command of this struggle. Why are these people not doing what they are being asked to do? Why are they going back talking about things they're not supposed to talk about? That is the question you have to ask yourself. Because when they want to lie, they start pulling things up at them. I'm not here to beg people not to believe in what you believe. I still strongly believe in DOX. I strongly believe the way things are. But I mean, we should get the record straight and tell people the truth. Because it is very, very important that our people understand what is happening. But some people are taking the advantage because they occupy in high positions. You will see them, they will come out and be telling you about what Onyendu said and what Onyendu did not say. By lying to the people of Biafra, that is what I, Kanu will not do. I will stand on the truth. I know what we've passed through. I know why my parents died. I know why most of our comrades died. I know why they are still dying. I know why most of them are still passing through all this hell they are passing through today. I am here to say the truth. I don't care what they say. Any person that wants to struggle, this foundation of this struggle was laid on the truth and nothing more. And we should always remain to say the truth at all times. And the people she's working with. The UK National Code.
Okay, Mazi, I think you people have heard it, and Mazi Abanyam, I think it's in your jurisdiction. What do you make of this? What do you make of this, particularly Mazi Abanyam? Can you hear me? Please go on.
Yes, thank you, Mazi Chinedu. I've heard that comment a number of times. First of all, let me just say this. Kalunta is trying to tell Biafran that he is the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra by coming out to denigrate and castigate the DOS, the governing body of this struggle. That the leadership of indigenous people of Biafra, headed by Mazi Chinedu, should stay away from what fund is all about. My question to Kalunta is that when our leader was free, is our leader not in charge of telling Madam Nnamdi where to send funds and what to do with funds, and she will do it without questioning? Now that Mazi Chinedu is sitting in that position of our leader, why should he not have the power to do the same thing in deputizing our leader? Okay, calling DOS fraudsters or people who have come to defraud our people, it is insulting. It's very, very insulting to the people who have dedicated their time, their life, and their resources to make sure that this struggle is kept afloat. Kanunta said he believed in DOS. At the same time, he sees them as criminals. This is very, very important to tell Biafrans that Mazi Kanu is not in charge of legal, as he claimed. He is not in charge of legal. He was given the assignment to the legal who is looking after the Kanu family, not IPOB legal. This is the half-truth he told Biafrans. This is half-truth, and half-truth is always a lie. If you don't tell the whole truth, you are telling lies. Kanunta is not in charge of legal for IPOB, because when we started this struggle, Kanunta was nowhere to be found. He said he was the oldest member of this struggle. When we started this struggle, everybody who has been in this struggle from the beginning will attest to the fact that Kanunta has not been with us. The first time we saw him in this struggle is when our leader was first abducted and incarcerated in 2015, and we started going for rallies. And we met him in Belgium in 2016. That's the first time we saw him. For him to come and claim the authority to take to people and authority to criticize and denigrate the DOS and their decision, especially Mazi Chinedu, who is the head of the directorate, seems to have no respect where Kanunta is and his cohorts, because somebody is pushing him to say what he's saying because he's interested in the fund. Kanunta, you have no place in this struggle to be able to come and talk about what you don't know about. You're telling me that everything that we know in the US, you know it. Or you're telling me that the fundraising that we have organized is not approved by our leader. That means that you are really you don't know what you're talking about, because this struggle is not something that is called family business. Nnamdi Kanu has trusted the Directorate of State, and the head of Directorate is Mazi Chinedu. You were there and your cohorts before he appointed Mazi Chinedu to be the head of Directorate, because he knows quite well that this struggle is not a family business. If you are qualified to be the head of Directorate, or something even bigger than the head of Directorate, he would have given you that position. But I think you have been weighed and found wanting. That's why you are not giving this position. If by any time you want to get in touch with your brother, ask him if you want to make you a member of the Directorate of State. Then you can come and work with us. But as long as you're not one of the members of the Directorate of State, you have no business coming here to give orders and to castigate and criticize unnecessarily what you don't know about. Mazi Chinedu receives information on daily basis to run this struggle from every angle, which you don't have access to. So the legal team that we are making fundraising to or for is not something of your knowledge, and we are not going to give you information about that. There are classified information on what we are doing. You must know not everything in this struggle. You must not know everything. There are things you don't know, and to stay away until you become an insider. This is not a family business. We have said this before, and we are maintaining that you should stay away from the business of the Directorate of State, because you are not one of us. If you want to be a member, go through the right channel and don't come through the back door and start bragging of things you don't know anything about. I am the European rep. If you mean well for this struggle, if you mean well for the release of your brother, you should be in constant communication with me or other members of the Directorate of State, but you never do that. You never called me before. You are in Europe. You are under my jurisdiction. Have you called me before to discuss important issues, to discuss what the DOS is doing, to discuss things that you don't know about before going on air to speak out things that is meant and geared towards destabilizing this struggle, trying to put the DOS in bad light and trying to launder your image, which is not launderable. Don't provoke the DOS so that we may not open the can of worms about you. Go and check my record. I am Mazi Austin Abine. I am the European rep. Go and check my record. My portfolio has nothing to do with fund. All I'm doing is the work that our leader has given me to do. Ask everyone in Europe about my legacy. Go and ask, make your research, and don't ever mention my name in this regard, because what I'm doing is following the instruction given to me by the head of Directorate, Mazi Chinedu, who is our leader at the moment. He is sitting in the place of our leader, and he, every member of state and every IPOB member must accord respect to, including you and your cohorts. This struggle, IPOB struggle, is not a family business. Get that to your skull. IPOB struggle is not a family business. Get that to your skull. IPOB. Including you and your cohorts. This struggle, IPOB struggle, is not a family business. Get that to your skull. Must accord respect to, including you and your cohorts. This struggle, IPOB struggle, is not a family business. Get that to your skull. Must accord respect to, including you and your cohorts. This struggle, IPOB struggle, is not a family business. Get that to your skull. Must accord respect to, including you and your cohorts. This struggle, IPOB struggle, is not a family business. Get that to your skull. must accord respect to, including you and your cohorts. This struggle, IPOB struggle, is not a family business. Get that to your skull.
Over the radio, these things were happening in a space of 10 days, 5 to 10 days. And you are asking yourself, what is all this? That means all this were pre-planned. All this were planned even before our leader was arrested. Because if you start to look things back, you will find out that while IPOB, the leadership, and many members of IPOB were in shock, some people were already flowing in their news what they want people to buy. They were not talking about how did this happen. They already have their conclusion. They know who sold our leader. They know who have stolen IPOB money. They know who have taken IPOB money. They knows who to how to hand over. They knows who to take over the radio. Every of this plan were all set aside. They were like waiting for these things to happen. They all come out. This is really, really what surprises me. I mean, in 1 week, many people were not, the shock of the arrest of our leader, people in 1 week, people could not even, they were still in shock. Because one thing people have to know, even when our leader was there, we don't discuss IPOB finance on air. There is no movement like this kind of movement that will come on air be talking about their finance. It doesn't happen. But sometimes you see us try. They call people at home. They say Tina Sanworu and Chinedu to see where is this money? Who have this money? In whose custody? That is why when I look at the way our people are blackmailing people, for what reason? Before today, I didn't join IPOB today. I joined IPOB in 2013. I have not been found wanting in anything I'm doing. Just in 6 months, in less than 6 months, our leader is under. In all these years, I have never been part of any finance for IPOB. Instead, I put my money. People in Biafra land can give testimonies, not from IPOB purse, because we know this is for ourselves. And it's surprising. Sometimes people think that the money I give to them to support them, it is IPOB money. It is not IPOB money. The people in finance know the money. In the absence of our leader, there is no money you are asking for. You won't say what this money is for. And if you don't mention what the money is for, why will it be given to you? It's very simple. Then people go outside, they call you criminal, they call you all kind of things. People will tell you, our leader left this amount of money in your hand. You know why they are doing those things? That is why in America they pause the money. When you request money for our ESM men, they become very rigid. Even they make it rigid. You know why? They want our people at home to revolt against the leaders of IPOB, the leadership. That's what they are doing. They want people at home to revolt against that, because they know when Onyendu was there, anything they need, their request, it is being done. At least when our leader is there, and these things are things we know. But in the absence of our leader, they now close all the money. Everybody wants to hold everybody on ransom, so that at home, when people got wounded, or when they attack our people and wound some people, when IPOB leadership does not bring money to treat them, they will say the GOS have eaten the money. They block the money so that when the men will cry for food, you ask for money for food, they will tell you there is no money, they will start to talk rubbish. At the end of the day, people say they give you the money, you ate the money. They want, when some people who need to go to school or who have accommodational problem, if you come to request for it, they tell you, I will not give it to you, I don't do that. You and them will be exchanging words. You continue to exchange words until the whole world will hear it. Then those people will say, when Onyendu was there, you understand me, that they know what they are doing. Everything they are doing is to destroy the leadership of this movement. And to their greatest surprise, after 6 months, this leadership is still standing very strong. We know Biafra has not come. But what we are passing through, even I cannot believe. I know this is a struggle. That only if we know people that you have been working with will turn against you overnight, you don't know why they turn. People will tell you, you didn't hear from Onyendu. Those who knows, we are not that, but most things, Mazi Nnamdi is the leader of this movement. And I can tell you many things, information, anyhow, the lawyers are visiting him. He's hearing, I don't know how he hears some information said. I don't know, sometimes we will be here, he will say, this thing happening like this thing happening like this. So, all these things trying to destroy the image of the GOS, especially everybody know. This is only the name. And you ask yourself, can anybody come out clearly and say, this is what Chinedu have done? I'm talking for myself. Can any of them be very sincere within yourself and say, this is what Chinedu have done? But one thing they know I am that person who is watching their SSs. I know where they are going. I know. Let me tell you something, Mazi Chinedu. I'm digressing a little bit. Do you know the comment Jubril made a few days ago that he won't release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu? Do you know there are people expelled? I am telling you, this is an intel. We're not going to mention their name. There are people expelled in IPOB. They were part of us before. They've been working with the Nigerian government. They're already working with the Nigerian government. There are people who, let me tell you something. There are some of IPOB members who are working as informant for DSS. We have already got 3 people when they went to the DSS office to give updates in Imo State. They didn't know there are some of our people that were detained who recognized them. And in other states, these people expelled, they went to Abuja. This before the new year goes out. They went to promise that they are still working seriously to make sure that IPOB is destroyed. There is no need to release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. That's what gives Jubril the balls. Because it is our people that giving him that confidence. And let me make it very clear. Let me tell the people to know. We know because we have sympathizers. Even everywhere you talk about what to do to IPOB, this leadership, we people know that we are working under the instruction of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Under the footprint of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. You know what they say there? They told them to hold Mazi Nnamdi Kanu for a little while, but they should make sure that they get down China Saworu and Chukwudi Ofoma because of the radio Biafra. I am telling you a pure information.
This is intelligence.
This is intelligence. They told them, continue to hold him, let us see how to make sure we get that. They say, get down China Saworu and get Chukwudi Ofoma because of the radio Biafra. Now this will tell you what the initial stage they wanted to take over the radio. We saw. You will know why they want the radio. Even when Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was there, they know these are people inside us. People that make utterances because they are not part of this thing and they want to. If Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, you people should calm down. If Mazi Nnamdi Kanu comes out this month or next month, and after you people will lay all your blame, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu will say, Chida Saworu, I have found you wanting here, I want you to step aside. Mazi, I'm saying it on this radio, I will step aside. You won't hear my voice. If I am asked to support anybody, I will support that person. I will not say, because I am removed, I will destroy this struggle. I will never do that. I can never do that. I can never do that because this struggle has taken people's life. This is to show you every day you see matured people put their data calling China Saworu. You ask them, do you know China Saworu? They don't know. Have you seen him? You don't know. The other, this woman the highway, you see her last time, China Saworu, the lady is because he's calling a man that is innocent. Just we want to make sure we hold this struggle. People calling names, you millions. Where is the money? There are people handling IPOB money. Ask them. When did you give? Tell them, I challenge every one of them who is using the name of DOS and the name of China Saworu and Chinedu. Come and publish that money. If any of them publish, say that China Saworu, you ate money here, I will resign tomorrow morning. Let one of them come up and say, China Saworu, with this money, do you understand me? You ate this money, I will resign tomorrow morning. But you found out that they are all working with the government. Therefore, they have tried. They failed. They are asking money that they have defeated us. They have defeated ESN. They have defeated IPOB. That is all what they are doing. They went in December to reassure them because they are surprised after 6 months. Because this was the lie these people were telling them. Say, the moment you remove Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the struggle is finished. The struggle is finished. Little did they know that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu have sleeping cells. They have hardliners. They are all sleeping. Even if we go out, other people will show tomorrow. So, Mazi, I would like to stop here, and today I will give our people the chance for them to ask their questions.
Yes. Before
thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. There's something you mentioned here about a struggle of this nature coming on air every time, because even sometimes it's worrisome. Why a freedom fighting movement like this will be coming on air every time talking about its finance, talking about the account number, which other people never do? That brings me to ask this question, put it on the open. I know that it is the character of our people, our character, because I'm not excluding myself. It is our character that prompted our leader to start doing things like this. Because when he started, many people called him a scammer. You know, now things are in the open. Things that should be secret becomes open, and if not by the grace of Chukwukabiama, becomes vulnerable. Now I ask, can we ever do something on the ground as a movement? We see the ANC when they did their own fight. There was nothing like even social media, nothing like a radio like that, but they can communicate and they trusted and things were moving on. But in our own case, my goodness me, in our own case, it is something else, a freedom fighting movement. And they are also, sorry for my prolongation, but they are also used to remind me of why fighting hard in order for us not to be prescribed internationally is a wise thing to do. Otherwise, you know, Igbo people think. So the question there, I want you just to lay emphasis before we move on, because we have many things to talk and the line will soon be open. Can we do something secretly as a people? Things that matter, maybe this finance, even without releasing it, the account to the public. How do you think our people, how do you think it can operate? Can we operate even like the ANC? Like even let me say the Amazonian that doesn't have this type of radio that galvanizes them and exposes everything, but still they move on the ground. What do you people think about this?
Okay, Mazi, let me pick on, then you come in. Mazi, your question is, can IPOB handle things on the ground? Yes. IPOB have been handling a lot of things. If we have not been handling things on the ground, we won't come this far. You understand me? We won't come this far. Let me tell you something. This struggle, in every time, let me call seasonal, whether it is a year or 2 years, let me count it in season, because we are not, our achievements are not based on year in, year out, but it's on season. On events that are bringing our success. There are many things that have happened in IPOB, and they were all handled, secretly, before one person or one disgruntled member, who maybe is corrected or who pulls out, will blow everything off. For example, starting from our radio, when the transmitter, when we bought our transmitter, money was spent and brought this transmitter. It arrived. The guy who shipped this transmitter, he started paying price. The money that was paid to him, he refused to remove, because one thing or the other, he started lying. Along the line, we know all the story. At the end of the day, because he knew he had sabotaged the transmitter after all the money was spent, he knew. Now, he told his cohorts, he said that there was nobody got transmitter. He knows he is the one who loaded this transmitter. On the process, our leader wanted to prove to our people that this transmitter was brought home, that this transmitter is there. He went and made a short, small video to prove to the people that this is the transmitter you people are talking about, is here. Then the enemies moving, they started looking for the transmitter. That is how, at the end of the day, our brother Madubugu was arrested. I'm sure many people do not know about Madubugu at that time. For example, the volunteers were there from beginning. Nobody knows them. From there, ESN was formed, and everything is out there. People have never asked.
things, cases in Europe as well as Africa. Then that's number one question. Then second question is what can we do to draw the AU, United African Union, to be workable, be a decision maker in the affairs of African countries to determine our self-determination or whatever cases might be following in Africa, as this guy complained about Libya. And let me put it that.
Are you still there? Can you hear me? Mazi, can you hear me? Are you still there? All right, I'm not sure. Mazi, are you still there?
Yeah, am I not coming out?
Yes, go ahead. I can hear you now. Go ahead.
Oh my God.
Go ahead. I can hear you now. All right. I think he's having a problem with the Skype connection. Can you hear me, Mazi? Your line is bad now. Your line is bad. All right. I will try to reconnect with you. Call on WhatsApp. Can you hear me? Call on WhatsApp.
I can hear you, Professor Onoha. How are you, my brother?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Professor Onoha. How are you?
Do I have a caller on WhatsApp?
Yeah, I'm calling you. I'm hearing you.
All right. I think we need to take a break so that we can sort out this issue. Please don't go away. There's a bit of technical issue.
Yeah, Professor Onoha, can you hear me?
The lines, I am not sure what exactly it is, but we will sort it out. We will be back after this. Don't go away, please.
Hello, Professor Onoha. Hello, Professor Onoha. Can you hear me?
Online.
Professor Onoha, can you hear me?
This is IPOB Community Radio. Radio Biafra. The first and the last.
The history of a people, I repeat, is like the stream of life from which the character form and structure of the identity, their backwardness and progress are drawn. It affords a people the platform on which to predict their future. God, just as every stream has a source, so every group of people has a beginning.
I had a voice on the radio Biafra, London is the mouthpiece of the Biafrans. Nnamdi Kanu is his name. He made a vow to fight the end till our nation Biafra is restored. We love him, he's our mentor. Biafra is for him. Yeah. We will keep on fighting till the end.
Anything you hear on radio Biafra is the gospel truth.
I had a voice like in the air, sounding like a thunder, calling for my freedom. Yeah. Now I come. I had a voice like in the air, telling me to listen. Biafra freedom is play. It's telling me Biafra is my name. Biafra is my name. Biafra is my home. It's telling me Biafra is my name. Biafra is my name. Biafra is my home.
All right, so welcome back. I do apologize, of course, for the technical issues that we had. And of course, let us go back to the lines and see maybe the lines will work. These things do happen because we're dealing with electrical issues, and now and then we do get issues. Yeah, I have a caller on WhatsApp. Caller on WhatsApp, can you hear me? Caller on WhatsApp.
Good morning, Professor No.
Good morning from here, my brother. Good morning. Your names, please, and where you calling from?
I can hear you.
Yes, go ahead. Your names and where you're calling from.
You're speaking to the scavenger. My name is Obuse Window, the scavenger.
All right. Thank you very much. Where are you calling from? Where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Afridi Sud.
All right.
Afridi Sud is South Africa.
All right. Thank you very much. That will be French. Please go ahead and ask your question.
Okay. Professor Onoha, what I wanted to, you can see all your panel here, they have agreed that all these presidents were put there in order to protect their mining interests, those the Westerners, and their gold, they want to protect their oil. As long as the oil and everything is flowing, there is no problem. But what I wanted to ask your panel is that now, we the Biafrans, we are no longer interested in too much English, too much speaking English, too much grammar. What we want from this your panel now is for them, each one of them, to adopt one Biafran. If they go to the street of Pretoria, street of Hebrew, street of everywhere, all these people you see scavenging there are the Biafrans. And they do to us. You can never see a Fulani man there because they are comfortable in that Nigeria. So what we want from them now is to equip us, to adopt at least one of us, so that we can go back and fight. Because we cannot go there just only to fight. Because even here in South Africa where we are, it's not easy for us. For instance, as long as you are a Biafran or a Nigeria, you are in South Africa. I'm talking to our comrade there, who is an ANC member. And the ANC must remember that the only people who embrace ANC when they were fighting for apartheid are the Biafrans. In fact, it's a Biafran who hosted Dr. Nnamdi, Dr. Mandela, who hosted him in somewhere in Biafra land, who held him for some times, and even Tabon. All of them were
I think we've got your question.
So we wanted them now to help us, to adopt us.
Thank you very much. We've got your question.
That is what we want from them. We wanted to go. Let them equip us, let them help us. Thank you for taking my call.
Thank you very much. I think we will try and see if we can take one more call, and then of course I will give to the panels, and then we will continue. Next caller on WhatsApp, can you hear me? Call on the line. Yes, good morning from here, please. Your names and where you calling from?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Your names and where you calling from?
Yes, good morning, Mazi.
Good morning.
And also your presenters or your interviewer this morning. My name is Mazi Kochimizia Wisdom. I'm calling from my location. I'm from Ohadima. Ohadima is in Imo Province, Biafra land. I want to ask your interviewers, the members of AMC, what are their stand on the extraordinary rendition of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to the zoo? Because Mazi Nnamdi Kanu in the first place is not a area. He's not. He has denounced his citizen being a citizen of Nigeria, and he is a citizen of Britain. As Britain are not doing anything, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is a Biafra in Africa, and he is extraordinary addition to Nigeria. And the people that are supposed to speak on his behalf are the British. Are not speaking on his behalf. What are their fans? And the member of and they have fought for freedom, and no one is in freedom. We know that Europeans, they cannot help us.
Thank you very much. I think we've got your question, Mazi. Yes, thank you very much. Thank you. All right, I will start with you, and then I'll go to you, because if this issue now concerns human rights issue, and yes, I would like you to treat it as well. But since he has directed to you, our leader was abducted in Kenya. From there was this business they did. They brought him back to Nigeria, and they want him to stand trial in Nigeria. And that's what we call extraordinary rendition, when you abduct people, without extradition. We know about the Bushiri issue. They didn't just go to Malawi and drag him back to South Africa. They're still waiting for the courts to rule before Bushiri comes to South Africa and stand trial. So how come Nigeria were able to break all human rights protocols, all international treaties, and go and abduct somebody from another country, and now they want the person to stand trial in a court that has no jurisdiction over that person? Please, what's your take on that?
My take personally, and I'll repeat again, I don't want to speak for the ANC, but I know we respect the rule of law. We're signatory to so many treaties of international law. It would never have happened in South Africa, such a thing, and I think Nigeria knows that. I'll give you a case. There were policemen who renditioned people from here to Zimbabwe, and those people got killed in Zimbabwe. those policemen stood trial in South Africa, and those policemen were fired, and they are serving a sentence. So even our own law is against that. Even our own police were put to trial for renditioning somebody out of this country into Zimbabwe, and those people were killed. And of course, that's illegal. That's a kidnapping. What happened to Nigeria and he was kidnapped in Kenya, I have no idea how that happened, that the Kenyan government even allowed that.
South Africa, everything goes.
No, but not in South Africa.
Exception of South Africa, because
you in South Africa enjoy freedom of speech. Absolutely. The same rights when you enter this country, whether you're an illegal foreigner, illegal immigrant, or you enter with a passport, immediately you enter the borders of this country, the same rights which I enjoy as a South African, you enjoy. That's guaranteed. Human rights. It's guaranteed in our constitution. It is guaranteed. All South Africa belongs to all those who live in it. It's the first clause of our Freedom Charter. So it's guaranteed in our constitution that you enjoy the same rights as I do. That's the thing. So there's no way such a thing would have happened. There's another comrade who asked again from Italy. He was saying if the AU and the United Nations, I didn't say the AU and the United Nations can't work. Even the AU has got a committee which deals with rights of indigenous people. In our case in South Africa, we used every strategy to get our point heard. Use every platform, use every organization. We used even the United Nations until we got a resolution taken by the United Nations. There are many other. Okay, let's go to Sudan. Sudan, for instance, now has got 2 Sudans. But those people are fighting, or they fought until they got their freedom. So I'm saying to him, use every platform, every organization, whether it's Amnesty International, use everybody in this world to get your case heard. Don't say this one is not working. No, you'd never know. In politics, 24 hours is quite a lot of time.
All right, thank you very much. Let me come to you, sir. Would you call what happened to our leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu a crime against humanity, extraordinary rendition? What's your take on that?
I think, like I said earlier on, that look, we had a case of Omar al-Bashir in 2017 when he was supposed to be arrested in South Africa, because of the ICC, request. He was not. In fact, the government of South Africa, assisted him to escape. So you can see that the law is not being applied uniformly. This is not the law of general application. This law protects certain individuals that are high up there, and people that are not seen to be high up there that want to protect their own rights. Why do you arrest, somebody who is not with grenades and bombs or doing anything else, somebody who's trying to get people to talk, who says, this is what we're talking about. So what we have now is a situation which we call oppression and suppression of dissent. So you will be abducted anywhere as long as you're an ordinary person who's fighting a wrong system. They will come down wherever you're hiding and take you and charge you with all these spurious charges that are being brought against you. So in terms of the freedom of expression, his freedom as a person, the fact that he must be tried in terms of as the international law, that if he must be extradited, he must be. You're talking about somebody who has denounced the citizenship of Nigeria, who doesn't want to be there, who is therefore,
and he's also a citizen of Britain.
Exactly. So now, in terms of that, the reason why he left Nigeria means he should be protected by international refugee law to start with, because he has now said, I don't want to avail myself to this country because what is happening here is infringing on my rights. But the world is not saying anything to them. And yet that person now is being brought into a hostile country where his rights are not protected. And then you ask me that can AU therefore assist and help the people, of Africa in protecting their rights? That's why I'm saying it is impossible. And I am actually, on record, and I'm actually going on record to say, to start with, the biggest challenge that we have, and when we look at the international, the legal aspects of this particular issue, is that from now on, the independent people or the indigenous people of Biafra must then be looking at a situation where we're saying, we need to litigate. Every tribunal that is on earth must then be approached and serve with the papers to say, wait a minute, we want self-determination in terms of the ICCPR, Article 1. Which gives us the right of self-determination. And because this is what we are saying, we want to be heard. And this must be done at UN level. And petitions must be sent to even to the AUSEs, it must be petitioned. You must petition the United Nations. And this is what is supposed to be the course of action from now onwards, because the other speaker says, look, it's not time for the but it is in fact that time now, because we need to put to test these laws. We need to expose it. You see, when Comrade Stone was speaking about mobilization, the only part that I completely agree with him is that the kind of media publicity that is required now is that we know that if you want to go into Biafra now and start even talking to people, you cannot freely do that. Yes. Because you will be arrested. It's your movement. You cannot even talk to people. You can.
If you come back alive, then of course you must go to Thanksgiving.
So now what needs to happen at this particular stage? This is a very serious problem because it affects the humanity of an African person. Africans cannot self-determine. And now what needs to happen is, the Biafrans must be the first to allow and set the African continent free. That is why we stand with the people of Biafra now. Because our freedom is premised and based on the success of this particular story. And this story and this rhetoric and this narrative cannot be fought over another 10, 15, 20 years until we die and live as is. When we were colonized, the ancestors, our forefathers went out to fight, they had guns. Now we need to come up with a different strategy fighting this war. Because African leaders are going to protect their own brotherhood. This is a brotherhood, it's a cult. They will protect each other. So we need to show that we are wise enough to unearth and expose and destroy this demon called African leaders and the AU, which is used to oppress us. They meet every year, budgets, they rotate the leadership. You've got the African Parliament. I wonder what these people sit down and are talking about except for fighting for positions. You can see this is what is at stake. The freedom of people, the ability of people to survive on their own is not an issue. But we want to talk about the law of general application, the law that applies to a president and to an ordinary person. If as a person you say, but I do not agree, this is not what I want, and it is my right to dissent, why can I not be allowed to dissent? Why am I not allowed to say, I do not, international law says you have a right to leave your country and to come back. Now, you are not leaving the country. If you come into South Africa, if you tell me how many Biafrans today have been given asylum in South Africa, zip. Because they say, but what war? In order for you to get asylum in South Africa, you must be a person who says, look, I'm running away from Boko Haram. But there is a more pertinent issue. Yes. And this is the issue of the people that says, I don't want to be a people associated with Nigeria because I am an independent person, and because I say that, then I'm ejected from my country, I'm killed. But then the country says, that ratifies the United Nations, Convention on Refugees. The 1951 Convention says, but wait a minute, that is not a crisis. We don't recognize that. And this is what is happening the world over. And we all sit down and smile and say, but look, the world is doing all right, we're all doing fine. Now, listen, we're going to change this narrative. We're going to change this story. And the only way we need to do that is to make sure that from now onwards, the people of Biafra become Project Africa.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. All right, I have two callers holding on. I'm going to take their call, and then, of course, I believe my comrades here might want to ask one or, a few questions, because I know where they're sitting and they're burning. There was something they want to add. It's just unfortunate that our microphone here is limited, but we'll make sure we find a way to, get them speaking. I can't have such heavyweights here, and then they are moods. They don't talk. And I must tell you, this man sitting behind you, I started hearing this word of imperialist, those terms from him. At the time, we didn't get fed up. He said, every time the man says it. But at the time, I begin to realize he's talking sense. He's talking deep,
Can I explain something?
Please go ahead, yes.
From colonization, we went to neo-colonization.
That's the word I'm looking for.
From neo-colonization, we're living in an imperialism now. The same colonizers have imperialized us. That's why I said to you, even the language we are speaking is not our own. Even the mind, the thought, he mentioned it. From Roman Dutch law, you're learning things which are not our own. That is imperialism, because they are operating now by Roman control. And they are using our own people to colonize us again. You understand what I'm saying? It's not now that you see a European or not. No, you see your own people oppressing you and colonizing you. That's what is happening. That's imperialism.
And that's why our own law becomes immoral laws, and their own law becomes they abolish these Zulu laws and what have you.
Traditional laws.
And brought all this, now we are talking about common, this African law to be introduced. Why should it be introduced? It's supposed to be organic. It's supposed to be there already, because you are in Africa.
It was destroyed.
Unbelievable. All right, we must continue. Let me go to WhatsApp. Caller on WhatsApp, can you hear me? Thank you for holding your names, please, and where you are calling from. Caller on WhatsApp.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning from here, Mazi. Your name?
Professor Mazi Keshwanor.
Thank you very much.
My name's Ogwevi Mwali from Asian Kingdom of Agudere. Currently calling from Port Novo, Benin Republic. Let me go straight to the question of debate this morning, and my questions to the panel is this. We all know that Biafra stands for Africa. Africa, I mean the black race, I'm sorry using the word blacks, I mean the Aboriginal people. And truly, every preaching of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is centered on the liberation of Africa. And I know that nobody is free in Africa, including South Africa. And every struggle now is centered, that Biafra is into, is centered on the total liberation of the black man from the Western neo-colonialist tendency. Are you guys in or out? That is the question I want to ask, because all this grammar is a Western, is an English word, grammar. But I want to know: are you people in? Are you with us to free Africa?
Are you still there? Are you still there? All right.
I ask this question is because no African country is independent, and Biafra is agitating to be totally independent from. That is where we start. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I've got that. Let's go to the other line. Get that question, and then I will get our panel here to answer. Then, of course, I will turn to my comrade here in the studio. Caller on the other line, can you hear me?
Yes, you're talking to me, Mazi.
Yes, I'm talking to you. Good morning from here, Mazi. And please, your name and where you're calling from.
My name is the Wise Pastor, Chris Wise.
Wow.
Calling from
the
kingdom. Yes. I am the Wise Pastor.
Which kingdom are you calling again? You say a kingdom. There are so many kingdoms. Which one?
Kingdom of Good, that is Cambodia.
Okay. All right. Please go ahead with your question. Our panelists are listening.
Yes. You are always on point, always doing a great job for Biafra, because in this very era, these positions where we are now, we need something like this, more of it from people which we believe could be a remedy, because what I'm seeing, that is my own opinion, what I'm seeing now is that the whole leadership are corrupted, they are a kind of contaminated, and in short, none of them are good for common man, number one, is they said that slavery has stopped, and they create a visa and an embassy where you yourself will go and obtain visa to travel and enslave yourself again. I'm using this as in a result of a kind of what you said some time ago, how you went to Israel to stand 10 to 12 hours every day to wash plates.
Do you really have to tell people that I was washing plates in Israel? Please go ahead.
So, my brother, I'm just using this as a phrase. So,
I know.
You know?
Only you will say that because you know me better. Go ahead, please.
Yes, but that is the truth. Now, I want to ask you, and I want to bring it down to a layman understanding. You travel by yourself and yourself alone with your own money, hoping to get to a greener pasture in order to broaden your life, to help the situations on ground in your family. Now you went there to stand, take your standing ovation for 10 hours every blessed day, without minding that such could cause obrome. You can interpret it to those people that are sitting with you. You know what is obrome?
Yes, go ahead.
So now, and you are in a better position to explain what you went through, a place that you can stand without sitting down. When you sit down, they begin to shout on you as if that they are your God. Now, such people, I'm going to somewhere because I'll ask a question. Such people that they are
trying to make it snappy for us because of time. Go ahead.
Very snappy, very snappy, very snappy. Such people that you are working for, that are seeing you as less human, and these people saw themselves as a supreme being, and they are in all kind of organizations. They created United Nations, they created African Union, they created every union, trying to tell you that you have a limited movement, you have a limited plan, or a limited kind of ideology, that these are the limits or places that you can stop, that you cannot cross it, and this place belongs to us. Now, back to where I'm trying to drive so that you can understand me now, is that our leader was renditioned from Kenya. And you will understand that our leader said some time ago that when you mention Biafra in United Nations, where we hope, where every common man lies, that this United Nations is a place that a common man could kind of lay his voice, and his voice will be kind of treated. Then when you mention Biafra in that very place, all of them will close the meeting and run away. That's number one. Then now, they want to unleash, they want to kind of commit crime. Do you know what they did? They used the head, because there is no any other state in Africa that you could report this very matter of rendition that will be able to listen to you, because the only person that will rule the accusation is Kenya president himself. And if Kenya president is involved in the rendition, how do you think that this rendition matter will make headway? And being that our leader is a British citizen, and Britons are not saying anything, do you think that that thing is in line with a common man vision or plan, that someday somehow the Britain will rise up and speak against their plan, and or Kenya will rise up to give an instruction of the rendition in the African Union for them to tackle Nigeria? Do you see the game right now? They use the head, and Britain is one of the world power, because after Britain you come to America, after America Germany, after Germany is France, and China is coming up right now, and Nigeria went to borrow from China to make them friends, even if for some other 5 other world powers kind of frustrate them.
Thank you very much. I know you're a pastor. If we allow you, you will take the whole time.
Welcome back. Welcome back. This is Radio Biafra HAUSA-SERVICE coming to you through Radio Biafra London. I am very sorry, it is a technical issue that is sometime beyond my control, but thanks to Chukwuke, it's resolved. Therefore, we must continue. We must continue, please. Mazi Chinas, I hope you are there. Mazi Abuay, hope you are there.
Yeah, Mazi, we are here, okay. We are here.
There's something you were saying quickly before I open my lines, because you know when something like this happen, call coming from everywhere in order to inform me that, and the thing is adding to the confusion. Honestly, the calls add to confusion, you know. But no problem. We must continue. It is one of those things. So, Mazi Chinasa, you were saying something about our IPOB handling issues secretly, you know. So, I don't know.
Yes, Mazi. I know we have cut off the conversation.
Yes.
But I will just round up so that we open up the line. I want people to ask questions so that we can be able let people understand what we are doing. Just to reiterate on what I was saying, IPOB handles a lot of things secret, confidential. It is not everything. Most of the thing that is on Facebook, most of things people are talking, this is rubbish. Mazi Jonathan, can you agree with me? You remember last year, August, I'm just trying to give an example. We saw Jim Ike in one of the movies. Do you understand me that he was about to launch the movie with something in matter with two of them, they fought. It was all over the news everywhere. Just a few days ago, they come to told us it was state managed. Do you understand me? I think you come across the news.
Yes.
They now bring out the original video, how it was state managed, how they fought just to promote. So that is why our leaders do not want any hardcore member to own his own private media outlet. It's very, very important. Because on the pursuit of money, you will derail. Because you are ready to sell any garbage to the public just to make money. That's why I always say we are not in an entertainment business. Because if I own a media or if I own a link where I am making money from now and then, you will see. Do you understand me? What I do? Look at, ask yourself, Mazi. Somebody will just come, hello, how are you people? Meet me in this place. I have something to tell you people. People are rushing. Do you understand me? You just hello, people, I have exposition to do. People are rushing. They direct you. You go, and at the end of the day, you see it's garbage. Because somebody is making money. They want to keep on making money.
And he has made his money. As far as
and he's making his money. So anytime, and let me tell you, IPOB is anything, both the politicians, every one of them make money with the name of IPOB. All of them. I'm saying this thing and we don't give a shit. Most of us in this struggle, we have given our best. We have given up our businesses, our way of life, everything because of this struggle. But some people down home, they are making millions with the name of IPOB. Both politicians, both some people at home, they are making money with the name of IPOB. It is not only those on social media, those that goes, there are people, they go to some of the politicians, they say, oh, come and support IPOB. They collect money, they put in the pocket. Some are running around the buttons of politicians, IPOB, support IPOB. They give them money, they put in their pocket. And these are the people who have the big mouth to come to claim. Mazi, IPOB have a lot of confidential information. But we cannot come out and start fighting all these things. We are fighting for the liberation of our people. And that liberation is why we are here. We are not here, if I want to do entertainment, I go and join the movie industry. If I want to make money on social media, I will make money on social media. But we came for a purpose. And I can tell you, if people like this DOS were not set in place, the moment they take our leader won't be alive by today. The government knows that IPOB DOS have the men of caliber who are even more dangerous than Mazi and Kanu. They know. Mazi, let me come. People come, our people, they come, they make noise. Ordinary, look at the press release Mazi Chinedu did on 1st. Today is what? 7. It is still smelling the whole of Nigeria. This is to know those who are in charge of the movement. Mazi Chinedu made a press release on 1st, the New Year. Some things he made, it was a short press release of 27 minutes. Today is 7. 7 days after that, Nigeria is not, they're in commotion. They're in commotion. And people are asking, what is the DOS doing? I will stop here, let Mazi and pick up some places here before we open up the line so that people can ask their question. And I urge dear friends, come online, ask your questions, stop all this gossiping. We are here to educate you. We are here to interact with you. What you don't know, we will teach you. What you know, anything you think you know, bring it up. If you are in a wrong path, we will tell you, my friend, you are on the wrong path. This is not how it is. But remember, We are fighting a nation, a devilish and murderous nation. They have all the money. The good thing we will do is to be very, very tactical, being strategic in what we are doing. We don't make mouths. People see Chida Sanwo-Olu on social media for many years. Who do you think Chida Sanwo-Olu is? Some of you say I am a female. Some of you say I am this, I am that. That mystery is what will remain. Some of you are dying to see the picture of Chida Sanwo-Olu. Some of you are crying to know who I am. It doesn't matter. What matters so much is for us to fulfill our mission, to make sure we restore Biafra. Every other thing does not matter. It doesn't matter what you say. It doesn't matter what you talk. But what I know, and I strongly believe, that this leadership will make everything possible. Because some of them will tell you, hey, when is Mazi Nnamdi Kanu coming out? Is Mazi Nnamdi Kanu in a police station? This is what we are in. It is succession. Coming some.
desperate. If you are doing anything, they want to jump in and see, why am I not involved? Why are you not informing me? What are you doing with this? It is your own business. That's the name of one of our brothers in this struggle. A formidable man. Say, where is your own jurisdiction? Mind it properly. I am in charge of Europe, and I have every right to work with any coordinator in Europe in any project. I have the power to do that. I have the mandate to do that. Nobody should come and tell me what to do. I listen to our leader here, Mazi, who is in charge at the moment. And that is how this struggle is structured. If you think you are above the DOS, but you are a DOS member, then you have no place in DOS. If you're also not a DOS member and you're coming to challenge the DOS, then you are in the wrong place. You are a charlatan. You need to go and find your place. This is not a family business. This is not a job for any how person. You have to be, appointed to do this job. And before your appointment, you have to have a clean track record of what you have done in this struggle before you are brought in the DOS. DOS are people that are handpicked to lead this struggle in the presence or in the absence of our leader. And that's what we have been doing. So I am here to encourage our people to open their eyes and look at where you are going, because most of you, in a few months that our leader was abducted, you have forgotten all he taught you, all he has spent time to educate you about. You are following sweet lies instead of the hard truth that is leading us to salvation and freedom. The IPOB is the way, the narrow way that leads to life. And the other ways that you are going is the broad way that leads to destruction. If you are not careful, you are going to be led into destruction, following the sweet, sweet lies of the broad way that is leading you to the pit of hell. Because we are here, we are not going anywhere. I have maintained, I want to reiterate, and I make bold to say that this struggle is anchored on rock solid foundation. You can never destroy. You can do any other thing you want, but to come in and destroy, you can't. Because the 4 pillars of IPOB have been shaken, but we are still standing strong after 6 months of continuous attack, allegation and accusation, and all manner of insult. We are still here because most of us in this struggle, we are not bloodly related to our leader, Mazi Nnamdi, but we have his, his welfare at heart than any other person. Even those who are jumping around that they are related to our leader. Those people in the UK, let me just say this: the fundraising team in the UK, who are spending everything they have, their time and their money, coming out to mobilize, to organize, to preach, and to even put their own money to make sure that our leader is released, are the ones you are calling criminals. This is very shameful, very, very shameful, because these few individuals, they are formidable, they care for our leader, and they are ready to do anything to ensure that this struggle is, successful in our quest for freedom, and our leader is released. It is very, very insulting, very, very disheartening to see that those who are really working assiduously for the success and for the progress of this struggle are sometimes being misunderstood and being, called names and all manner of insult. This is very, very bad, and I want to say it clearly that these people that are going for the fundraising in the UK, led by Mercy Awonkwe and the rest of them, Chief Nils Nwokoro and the rest of them who are there, they are doing legal work for IPOB, approved by our leader and directed by Mazi Chinedu, and I am overseeing it. It is legal, it is not wrong, it is correct. Go and check wherever you want. This is how we run this struggle. I am a member of DOS. and I'm the European rep. I am in charge of Europe. What we are doing is correct. Every other person that is coming to jump around and talk rubbish, that person has no place in what we are doing, and he has no, interest in the release of our leader. Forget about their sweet mouths they are making. Their heart is full of evil. They are only coming to see how they can, scavenge in what we are doing, chasing money that is full of blood. We are not like that. We are well off before we come into this struggle. Thank you, Biafrans, and thank you, Mazi Chinedu.
Well, thank you. I will, without going to break, because the technical issue has made us to be on break even. So I will directly open my line. Please, today we use only WhatsApp and Signal lines. Please do not call direct line, because I'm using the phone because of things now. I use the phone for another thing. Please. Therefore, our WhatsApp and Signal line only you call, please. People don't call on Signal plenty, but you should be calling the Signal line. WhatsApp and Signal line is +61 405 142 547. I repeat, +61 405 142 547. I repeat for the last time. 05 142 547. Please do not call my direct line. I'm using it for backup on something, please. For the interest of what we are doing now, you can call and ask your questions, please, on WhatsApp and Signal. Mazi, there is something you said that struck me, which also Biafrans should think about. When people that are talking about the leadership of this struggle, when our leader was absent for, I think, 13 months, people were questioning everybody. People don't know, but the leadership knew, and they took charge of our leader's whereabouts until he came up in Israel. They knew, the leadership knew, and they didn't sell the struggle, they didn't take money. Also, the formation of ESN, people didn't know, but the leadership knew. They formed it secretly. They didn't take money. So I don't know why people are just mischievous. I have callers. Caller on Signal, please. Welcome to the program. You have 3 minutes. Every caller has 3 minutes to ask his questions or make his contribution. Caller on Signal. Can you hear me? Caller on Signal. No, I don't know what happened. You call back. I have caller on WhatsApp. Caller on WhatsApp, please. You have 3 minutes to make your submission or to ask your question. Welcome to the program. Caller on WhatsApp. Can you hear me? Caller on WhatsApp. Caller on WhatsApp. Can you hear me?
Yes, Mazi.
Yes, go on, please.
Am I coming out clear?
You are, please. You are. Go on.
Hello?
You are coming out crystal clear. Please go on.
Okay, good evening, members of GOS. Good evening, Biafrans. My name is Mazi from London. Please, I want to give a bit of, contribution or a little advice. Please, our European rep, please, I beg, next time, please, anything about our finances, anything about the issue with the Kanu or whatever, please, I beg, let's not repeat it on Radio Biafra. Deal with those issues privately. When you people appear on Radio Biafra, open the lines, let us talk to you people. We have enemies. Our brother Kanu is not the enemy of the struggle. Neither are you enemy of the struggle. We have common enemies we are fighting, trying to defeat. Those that we are paid by Nigerian government
to infiltrate us. And we are fighting them seriously on all fronts. Mazi Abanyim, you are our European rep here. I want to ask the unit in Finland, because the coordinator there, the national coordinator there, has been crying a lot about him being abducted, about somebody who is not a member of IPOB being in a meeting where they are discussing and they held him hostage. I am asking you as a European rep, what are you doing to make sure that that unit in Finland is dealt with, that those who are not members of IPOB should not attend the meeting or come near there? Have you set up maybe haven't contacted the law court there to get a restraint order?
You ask question, you say what are you doing? You have asked your question, you said what are you doing? Allow him to answer. Don't put mouth or word into his mouth. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mazi Abanyim, please, I hope you have the question.
Yes, Maz, thank you. I have the question, yeah. And let me start by saying that what I come here to do is to clarify issues. If you are not aware of what is happening, then go and listen properly. My name was brought to the public that I'm defrauding Biafrans by supporting the fundraising in the UK. I won't take that lightly, please. You never see me on Facebook or on YouTube talking. I don't do that, okay? Whenever my name is called in public in this dishonorable manner, I am going to come out to clear the air. Okay, that's what I want to tell you. I'm not the kind that gossip. I don't have time for that. I'm too busy. Okay? In Finland, we have taken charge of what is happening there. Those people that you are talking about are not attending meeting there. They will not attend meeting there. I've given that instruction and I'm monitoring it. Okay? We are taking care of the situation. We have problems in many countries in Europe, but we are solving them in-house and gradually. Don't be afraid. We are in charge of Finland. Finland belongs to IPOB, led by Nnamdi, Kanu, nobody else. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think I have a caller on Signal. Caller on Signal, can you hear me? I have a caller on Signal. Caller on Signal, the platform is yours. Can you hear me? Caller on Signal. No, I don't know. He's off. Okay, we must move on. Let me try to pick other calls. Caller on WhatsApp, can you hear me, please? You have 3 minutes to make your point or question. Go on, caller on WhatsApp. Are you hearing me?
Mazi,
there work. Go on, please.
There work. Great Biafrans all over the world. IPOB, one family. IPOB, one family. One family, IPOB. Mazi, Asimudo Chineke dere. Asim Chineke gozere mu Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Gozere mu IPOB all over the world. Genuine ones, pure in heart, like DOS. Asimudo Chineke dere all. All no abomu chukwu kabiama. Asim nono ya dene ejeje na bata. Nke ọbụla ya chere bụ ihe ọjọọ n'isi unu. Ọ ya na n'isi na ya ezinụlọ ya. Ọ bụrụ ma the kingdom of God on this planet earth anyị restore onwe ihe ndị aja mmụọ ndị aja mmadụ pụrụ ime ka anyị restore our land. So first na anyị ji DOS because ọ kpọpụtara ọrụ a asị na udo Chineke ya adịrị ọrụ na eke ọ adịrị n'oye ọ adịrị na afọ ya adịrị na nkwọ ọ ya adịrị n'oye asị na ihe ọma ya dị na-emere ọrụ n'afọ oke abịa ise chọrọ mbụ maka awa nwanne bụ
Mazi, please, Mazi, for your information. We didn't bring, I don't want any question or contribution. That is for clarification. You understand?
Okay.
So if you have any other thing to say or to ask, you go on. I don't want any comment. Okay. That is only for clarification. It's not a topic. Okay.
Okay. First of all, Afamobo Madaka, person from New Delhi, India. All great Biafrans. Ask them good morning from here.
There
we went to the ask the Nashineke and Gozon. Honorable Kunsha, I think I find a minimum state because this man was keep silent for a long time now. All this massacre, also Biafra. Was keep silent. Hope was of them massacre and never any state. Was attack, yeah. All these criminals, our land. Actually, I wonder why. But that's no day. I don't know. You say, Nike, I want our land back.
Well, thank you. You say, thank you. I have a caller on signal. Caller on signal, please. Welcome to the program. You have 3 minutes to make your point. Go on, please. Caller on signal. Can you hear me?
Yes, Mazi, I can hear you. Are you hearing me?
The whole world is hearing you. Please go on. You have 3 minutes. Go on.
Okay, my beloved brother, Jonathan. Thank you so much. This is Mazi. I'm calling from us by the special grace of God Almighty. I am the IPOB Post-National PLA. And before I ask my question, I will never forget to ask
Mazi, are you using earpiece or is your phone on my speaker? I don't know. It's sounding somehow.
Are you hearing me now?
Yes, it's clear. It's clearer.
Okay. Yeah, before I proceed, I will never forget to ask Ezechukwu Kabiama to guide and protect my leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, a prisoner of conscience, the man who has given it all. Chukwu Kabiama, please guide him, protect him from every hands of the evil ones and from all evildoers. Destroy any man or woman planning evil against him. Destroy them before they come close to him. This is my prayer, and so shall it be in the name of Chukwu Kabiama. He said. The question goes directly to the GOS, and I want Mazi Chinas and please, my beloved brother, I want you to answer me the answer concerning all these mad people that are laying false allegation or accusation on you because of the GOS. I want to know here in Europe, when you lay false allegation on somebody, there is a repercussion. Anything you are doing and you don't have a proof, there is a repercussion. I want to ask you, should IPOB just wipe away this accusation without a proof, or there is a penalty waiting for these people in future? This is my question, Mazi. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you. Mazi Chinasa, I hope you have him.
Yeah, Mazi, I heard him. Mazi, like you said, these things are happening, number one, because maybe you know, many people, they believe if they are not talking, they look more stupid. I mean, if they are talking, they don't know they look more stupid. So it's better sometimes to even keep silent. My brother, I've been in this struggle. The accusations, some of them are very funny. Very, very funny. If you ask them what the Chinas will do, they cannot even, they bring stories, they come, they talk about Chinas this, Chinas that. Mazi, I have to endure some of these things because our leader is not present now. Because I know our leader. If I take any decision, I know what he will ask me at the end of the day. He will tell me, why can't you wait until I am out? He will say, Why can't you endure what they have told you? Is it more harmful than what they have done to him? So what I'm saying is this. Number two, we are under oath. I will only exercise patience because this movement is on the table of the indigenous DOS. We cannot afford to be distracted by all these accusations. But I will going to exercise patience. Let our leader be free. As soon as our leader is free, he normally say, we don't forgive, we don't forget. For me, I'm not going to forgive. People, they know me. Some say I'm very difficult. I am difficult because I believe a mature person. I don't come to teach you, you are not a kid. You know what is right and wrong. If you know intentionally what you are saying is true, bring out the proof. But since I know most of them are lying, I am telling you one thing for now. We are not in democratic government. I'm not heading a church where they say forgive and forget. This is a movement. I will not forgive them and I will never forget. But I'm going only to exercise patience until our leader is released. The moment our leader is released, most of these people are rootable. Thank God there is social media. The videos are there. The accusations are there. Everything are there. They may not be able to pull them down. Some of them we have already put it in our archives. I will also present it to our leader. And after that, I will see what will be his opinion or his decision. But personally, you know, one thing is this. This struggle has turned us, we are no more those people we used to be years back. We take every threat. Everything they do, they are not doing it to say it is normal. They are doing it to destroy the struggle and destroy Chinedu. And it is only a tree we stand and see somebody who said they want to destroy him, they destroy him. I'm not going to forgive them and I'm not going to forget. I am saying it here on this radio. Any day we found ourselves on any line, one day, if they don't kill me, I will kill them. It's as simple as that. Thank you.
Thank you. We must continue. I think I have callers. I have a call. Let me see. I have a caller on signal. Signal, please. Can you hear me? Hello. Call on signal.
Loud and clear. I'm hearing you. Are you hearing me?
Yes, the whole world is hearing you. Please go.
Yes, this is Mazi. Let me make it quickly because I have this issue that comes from Austin, the European rep. I'm very glad, and I think the leadership should do a needful thing because I can remember that some people were expelled for some issue that relating to coup. I want to make it clear. If the leadership of IPOB led by Mazi in the absence of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu did not assign Kanu to be in charge of the legal team, and he come out to say that he should be expelled in IPOB because he endangered the life of over 70 million of Biafra.
Mazi, do you listen to my voice? Can you hear me?
I'm hearing you.
I say there is a clarification that has been made. This is not a topic. You know, let us stick to regulations. It will not kill us. You know, the issue of what has been clarified by the European rep. So there is not, you had somebody, I told him this, and you are still going back to that. What does it mean? Let us stick, be disciplined. It's part of the thing we are teaching here. It doesn't matter how things are inside your mind. It doesn't all go well. It's part of indiscipline. As you have had it, Because I said the first person, you should stay clear. It doesn't matter. That is how things work. Please, if you have any other question or any other comment to make, you make. I don't want this thing to be a topic. It's not a topic. It is clarification, and that is it. Go on, please.
Okay. Thank you. I only have one question, please.
Go on.
To China Sanworu. My question is this: as a leader that we are appointed to lead, to be among the leaders, to lead over 70 million people, is it right for the leader
Mazi Nasa, can you hear him?
Mazi, I can hear him. If I can, let me repeat his question. He said, why did I insult that the people that go to Europe, they drink their urine, right?
Yes.
And why did I insult those that campaign for no election? Right or wrong? These are his two questions.
You see, I kept him on. I don't know. I think he can answer you.
Yes. So why he used that word to classify IPOB members?
Okay. Why I use that question to classify IPOB members?
That word that some of IPOB members pass through Libya and on the way they drink their urine. That makes them not to
thank you. If you have finished your question, then you listen. Then
yes,
I will.
Two question I have.
I will answer you.
Go on.
Should I go forward?
Go on. Yes, go on. I kept him here. No need of him off.
Okay. Mazi, number one, I don't know, what did you say is your name again? Let me know.
Mazi.
My name is Mazi Achebe Paul. You can call me MAP. Ezioku Bundu 1.
Okay. Mazi Achebe, let me ask you a question. Did you drink your urine when you are going from Libya? Because I don't know why you take it personal.
No, I didn't pass.
Thank you. You didn't pass Libya, right? Okay.
Yes.
Secondly, you say you campaign against there will be election in Anambra. To yourself, were you against the instruction of, did the leadership ever promote that people should campaign there will be no election in Anambra? So are you not part of those people who were completely disobeying what the leadership of IPOB was always trying to say? Are you not part of them now?
No, so if I'm not part of them. No, I'm not part of them.
Mazi,
wait, you will.
Mazi, you ask your questions. Let me answer you. Number one, you say, why did I use some of those people? There are some of those people which I have their history, how they went to Europe. Some of them, I know them. When they started, I didn't know them before, but when I started to run a background check on them, because they were not talking, they were full of lies. They were talking like some guy in Italy, some guy in Germany. They were using my name
to make program, people I don't even know. But when I start to follow to know who are these people, I realize these people came from Kanu to Niger. They drank their urine and passed through the Mediterranean. And that is how I qualified them. So if you didn't pass that route, you shouldn't have a problem. But I feel that you are having a guilty conscience. Because I am sure you are part of the people who were insulting Chinedu all this while. I am very, very sure, because some of you are now turning. You might be, you might not be. Let me tell you, desperate diseases require desperate remedies. You cannot tell me that I am a leader. You come and you try, forgetting that I am also a human being. You come on radio, you come on social media, you continue to dehumanize me, you continue to lie against me, you continue to fabricate all kinds of information against me. You say I am a leader. I didn't make myself a leader. If that is the only adjective you can use to disqualify me as a leader. And besides, we're in a freedom fighting. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, I don't think I have been abusive more than Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. I have never abused anybody. But if anybody can think because I am a leader, you come and abuse me, my brother, I will return back the same way. When the leadership, when you get Biafra, you want to form your parties and rule your people, you rule. For now, you cannot come and put your hands into my eye, and I will be standing looking at you. I am not those people they preach. If they slap you on one side, it gives to the other side. If you do not want me to respond to you in an abusive way, do not abuse me, do not abuse this institution, do not abuse the leadership, and do not abuse the blood of our Biafrans. Because if you make caricature, it is not only abuse I will get you. If I be able to find you where you are and you are close to me, you abuse the blood of our people or abuse me, I will pull your tongue and I will hand it over in your hand. Thank you, Mazi.
Thank you.
You have not answered the second question.
The second question is what, Mazi? You said you were campaigning against.
Let me make it clear to you.
For no election in Anambra.
Excuse, just a minute. No, just a minute. Before I start campaigning for the no election, like our leader instructed that we get our information from radio.
When did our leader instruct that? When?
Whenever you, that means you have to go back to listening to Radio Biafra back, because our leader said.
Hold on.
Allow me to speak to me. Don't overshadow me. Allow me to
do not say, let Mazi Achebe do not say what our leader said before his adoption or before the election. Mazi Achebe, you were there when Mazi Nnamdi Kanu said there will be no election in Anambra. Were you there or not? Were you there or not? And because at the dying minute, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu called it off. Because of this reason, because you don't have the history of what we are doing, the leadership who are aware of how things roll, we were very careful not to go into, very, very careful not to go into any campaign, because there is a communication with our leader. We were very, very careful because we don't want at a dying minute. That is why even when we gave an order, we didn't give because of election. We gave it because of our leaders in this. And there is a mistake some of you used to make. You always say, our leaders say. My brother, change is constant. We are in a struggle.
But our leaders say many things, millions of things.
Mazi, for example, our leader said any day we did not see him years back, burn down the zoo. Some people think we do not see our leader burn down, but it means if anything happens to him, we lose him. But our leader is still alive. People don't understand. The moment they arrested our leader, you say burn down the zoo. But that is not the message he gave to you. Are we seeing our leader? Is there people seeing our leader? Is there any evidence that our leader is alive? Yes. Why are you campaigning?
what you know that you are doing to even jeopardize the person you are talking about. Now you said election. From what you said by yourself, that means you are among the people who are going contrary to the instruction of this movement. Because there was no time the leadership of IPOB came out and said there will be no election in Anambra. There was no time. There was no press release. There was no any public pronouncement. But on your own, you start to gather and there will be no election. There will be no. At the end of the day, did that your voice? Because that your voice is a voice that have no reasoning. That is why at the end of the day, in IPOB, we are following things strategically. Anything we do, we think about it. We think about it. We look back. We look forward. We seek advice. We are not just waking up to make decisions. I mean, we have people, we hear from many voices. For you, maybe you don't have. It's just what you read on newspaper or what you read on social media. And I will advise you, my brother, Mr. Chede, next time, follow the instructions of the leadership of IPOB. Because here it is an open confession that you were, and at the end of the day, you are disobeying the leadership. Then when they talk to you in a harsh way, you are becoming angry that you were spoken, they spoke to you in a bad way. Change your ways. If not, if you are standing on the way of the leadership, anytime they give order, you become part of the people who oppose their order. My brother, we are not going to take it easy with you. It is very simple. And I wanted people to say, I am so harsh, I am insultive. I am not. But maybe that is how my voice is. I didn't claim this voice by myself, but I may be very harsh in the way I present, because sometimes some people, you think that they know better. They don't know. That is my answer for this. Please, it does not mean if I talk to you in an abusive way, it doesn't mean you are my enemy, but it's sometimes you people. Because when we are saying calm down, most of you were insulting us. Why you don't stop no election? You were insulting us. Don't you see it on social media? Don't you see it on Facebook, on YouTube? Don't you see all the accusations, the distance? Then when we respond, maybe my voice overrules the millions of voices that were against this movement. And if it is the reason, I will continue to roll when I see people coming in trying to destroy this movement. Under my own watch, it will not happen. Thank you, Mazi.
Yeah, well, Mazi,
can I say one?
Let me come in before you. I'll give you 30 seconds. Let me come in. For the first question you asked, because I hosted the platform. It's just like when our leader talked about those that stole our money. He called them criminals. He insulted them. With any type of insult in this world, which they deserve. It's not general. Now, if you come to take it personal that, because I am in America, why did our leader say so? Now, which means you are part of those people. It's the same thing. What is happening when you hear, because sometimes even here, because of how things are, how some of our people behave, you can dish out some even insults. You are not insulting the person per se, but the stupidity behind him. So if you come out and say, he didn't say people that went to Europe, he said those people that are talking this thing, those people. Now if you're coming out to take offense, which means you are one of those people that we are talking like that. So it doesn't, I don't know. He didn't say all the people that travel to Europe through drink their urine. No, I am the person that hosted him in this platform. So that is it in that. So I'll give you 30 seconds.
And Mazi, and he's one of those who are attacking the leadership on Facebook. Right. I can tell you that. Forget. Our people are confirming it here. As he's talking on radio, our people are inboxing. That is one of those who have been attacking the leadership and insulting all of us. So we don't pretend, my brother.
Any person attacking the leadership is worse than a criminal. I'm saying it. I'm not talking it behind the scene. Go on,
okay. Thank you. Let me tell you this word. The word I said, Tina Sanwo did not answer my question because before I campaigned for the Awuno election, I called on Radio Biafra the same way I called. And in response to my question, when I asked you if there will be election in Anambra State or should I continue with my campaign, you played a song for me which sang there will be no election or to vote. After you played the song, you asked me, I hope you have answered my question. And I said, yes, that is why I carry on with that very agreement. So, but if Tina Sanwo will tell me that if any person that campaign like that or carry information from Radio Biafra, that the person is a saboteur or that person is attacking the US, meaning that if what we had on the Radio Biafra, we should not take it serious because we will come back and label us disobedient children because that's exactly what Tina Sanwo explained here just now.
Mazi, hold up. Mazi Jonathan, I'm coming. Mazi Achede, I am sure you are living in Italy, right or wrong? Right? Mazi, can he answer me?
He's hearing you clearly.
I said right.
Mazi, you are living in Italy. You are living in Italy.
Yes, of course.
Let me tell you, you see IPOB. Fear them. Fear IPOB. The music you are talking that Mazi Jonathan played for you is a music played in 2017. I think 2017-18. During this election, it was played on Radio Biafra. It's a music that people played anytime. One thing we don't understand, we are also telling our people who don't need to, and it is election time. This kind of music, you cannot ban it. This music is everywhere. Now, you said, and I asked you one question, can you show me where IPOB officially make an official statement that there will be no election in Anambra? None whatsoever. But because you are overzealous, as you are talking, our people know you. They know what you do on Facebook. They know you are one of those people who are the informations are coming in. I am not the one. What I'm telling you is don't come on radio to play a safe game. If you do something wrong, I said that you have done it wrong. That there are people, they say, yes, before I was attacking the leadership, now I have returned back, I have retraced my steps. And that is what I expect you to do. That for you to come in on the radio, trying to tell me, Mazi, I say this, my brother, I know you like left hand know the nurse. I'm telling you, I know you. Most of you were there insulting us. Today, what are you trying to make? What point? That somebody drink his urine and go to Europe, and so what? That if we are calling you this thing, you came against the leadership, we come against you. It's as simple as that. You take it.
Thank you, Mazi. I think
Thank you, Mazi.
We need to go to another.
Move forward, Mazi.
Yeah, we need to go forward. I have callers waiting. Honestly, I have a caller on WhatsApp that has been here. Caller on WhatsApp, can you hear me?
Yes, Mazi, good evening, Mazi Chinedu.
There, well, welcome to the program. You have 3 minutes, please.
Thank you. Okay, sir. Mazi, my name is Tony, and I am calling from Aba. I want to use this medium to greet the DOS, Mazi Tina Sanwo, and others. And I want to say, may Chukwu Kikabiama bless them and strengthening them in the name of our Lord Chukwu Kikabiama. You see. Mazi, it's not a question, but in fact, to be honest with you, our people are something else.
Mazi, go on, please. Yes.
Hello?
Yeah, go on, Mazi. Go, call on WhatsApp. Go on, please. Go on with your question. Go on.
Okay. Mazi, Jonathan Chinedu.
Oh, sorry. Another person. I'm very sorry. Caller on WhatsApp. Go on.
Okay. I'm hearing you, Mazi.
Yes, I'm sorry. Go on very quickly because I have people. I don't know. I have other people waiting. I don't know. You just came in.
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay. Good morning, my good people of Biafra. I remain Mazi Milimanugu. I'm calling from Dubai. Good morning, my leaders. Good morning, my leaders. Mazi Sinasamoru. I greet you all. Mazi Jonathan Chinedu and my leaders. I hear Mazi Achebe calling on this radio Biafra. Do you know that Mazi Achebe is the member of autopilot? It's no longer believe in our leaders again. Do you people understand that?
By his fruit, he is known. Even I have many people inboxing me right now about him. But it doesn't matter.
Thank you.
This you can call. Any person can call. Go on.
Okay. Because I'm sure he come to distract people. He didn't come he's not asking that very question in a genuine heart, but he come to distract you people. But thank you that you people understand him. But Mazi Achebe, may Chukwuka pay you back for what? For your insubordination that you are working to the station of Biafra, that you know that many souls have died for that. And you know that autopilot in Finland and the motherfucker of him is working against this struggle, and you believe on them.
Mazi, these are distractions. If you have any question or any submission to make, you do it. You have 1 minute remaining, please, because these are distractions. Go on.
Okay. Thank you very much. I thank you all for your good work. May Chukwuka continue to bless you, all my leaders. I have a submission to say. I have something to say. Please, you people should tell all these Nollywood actors, let them stop acting a movie that is against our tradition. Let them stop those nonsense that they are doing that is against our tradition. If they want to act a movie, let them act a movie that will teach our people something, not the movie that will be against our tradition. That is what I'm saying. And those church leaders in our land, that is destroying our tradition. Let them stop that nonsense that they are doing. That is not their work. Let them stop that nonsense that they are doing.
Your message has been received. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
I have our brother Mazi Aniken. Can you hear me? Mazi Aniken, can you hear me? Mazi, it seems you are not concentrated. Now I will take another question. Caller on signal. Welcome to the program. Can you hear me? Caller on signal.
Am I the one?
If you are calling on signal, you are.
Yes, I'm calling on signal.
That's it. Go on, please.
Yeah, good evening from my location.
Welcome to the program.
My name is Mazi.
Go on, please. You have 3 minutes. Go on.
I want my question goes to Mazi Chimna. Chinasa.
Mazi, do you want me to be replying you anything you are saying or what? Go on.
My question goes to Mazi China and the rest of our.
You are here to ask question. Why do our people like too much preamble? Go straight to your question. They are there already to answer you.
Sorry. I'm still on, please. Yeah, please. Please. Yeah, thank you.
My goodness me. I have a caller on our people should know how to act. This okay, I'm here to ask you a question. That is why I pick your phone to ask. And the people that are answering the questions are there. No need of saying, I want to ask this person. These preambles, I don't know. Before you make your point, you have even taken more than 3 minutes. Please, caller on WhatsApp. Can you hear me? Caller on WhatsApp. Many people are calling. I want to pick as many calls as possible. Once your call is being picked, now if you have question, you go straight. Look at my question now. Ipiayono, caller on WhatsApp, can you hear me? Caller on WhatsApp, can you hear me?
Yes.
Go on, please.
Yeah, Maz. Please, I have some maybe some few questions.
Go on.
Respect to my question.
Go on.
Yeah. First, I want to ask our Mazi Chinasa, if he has come across the video going on in Facebook and in Punch about the killing of our people at Chinedu, and the man complained and said that they sacked about 2 communities. A lot of people were killed, and maybe they don't recover some bodies. Then the second one again, my second question is that to Mazi Osna Abane, I heard him how he addressed Kanu. I think we have come at a stage that we can know how we can handle our issue entirely than to divide us more, because we have a lot of
there is
outside.
No division. I have told people. I don't know whether if that side is clarification. You didn't introduce yourself, please.
Okay, I am. My name is Mazi. I am an IPOB member of Oath. So. Yeah. Okay. So please, I think because the first for the starting of the program, our statement is not in where I can say not only me, a lot of people we are not happy with his statement.
The statement of
it's our European Mazi Osna Aban. That's what I'm trying to say. Please. Yeah,
okay, thank you. Mazi, please, do you hear the question? Please, people should stop calling on direct line. It's distracting. Please.
Mazi, I heard the question. I think the question number 1 is for me. He told me, did I hear the killing in Enugu? Yes, I heard the killing in Enugu. I heard the killing of Fulani herdsmen with police uniform and military uniform sacked some communities in Enugu. I heard it. Thank you.
Their work. I think I have.
Mazabani. Yeah, Mazabani maybe have something to say.
I have already said, I'm just repeating myself. We didn't come here to discuss Kanu. I'm just here to make clarification of what the accusations he leveled against me and the GOS in his interview with Ikenga. That's all.
I think that matter is settled. I will not allow any person to start bringing up this and that. I've said it twice. Our people are highly strong-headed. They don't hear. Another person will come also to talk about it by hearing what we say. they will start. Anyway, Mazi and Kings, are you there?
Yeah.
There were, please go on.
Good evening, dear friends. My name is Mazi Kings, and I'm calling here directly from United Arab Emirates. Yeah, my question to the members of the US is, this issue of banning of Nigerian national anthem and implementing the reciting of Biafra national anthem in our schools. Yeah, there have been many critiques, but the one that brings my attention more is one statement credited to one boy called, he called himself Secretary of one Ishiguzoro or something like that. Okay, so that statement was very, very provocative, because I wonder, somebody who said he is a member of Ohanese, or they are the Ohanese, and they are protected, and the Ohanese in the other time is a cultural, social cultural organization, meaning that they are for interest of the Igbo people. But each time the Igbo people, which are the Biafra people, promote their interests, these people are the people who will attack those interests, and they can never do anything for the Igbo interests apart from sharing money from the politicians, federal, state, and local government. That's all what they do there. So this statement goes like this. They say that because IPOB should not, why should IPOB ban Nigerian national anthem and bring this Biafra national anthem? That it will hinder their Igbo presidency pursuit, and also it will bring in more military, Nigerian military, to endanger our students. And yes, so this, to me, this is a very, very provocative, and I don't know if the members of the US have any message for this type of people that are making these unguided statements.
Okay, thank you.
But these are the people who
please allow them to make their position known or to reply, please. Mazi.
Yes, Mazi King, thank you for that question. And I think I was expecting this kind of question. These are very, very critical questions that will help us to educate the people than all the things people are talking. You understand me? Annie King, let me tell you something. You know, people, every leadership, there are many things Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has taught us. And there are times we will unleash them one after the other. That is why keeping Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is not going to solve any problem for Nigeria. Because this time around, the IPOB leadership, we have mapped out what we want to do to Nigeria if they fail to release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. And if they fail to give us a referendum, for the restoration of Biafra. Now, you talk about this national anthem. You talk about Okechukwu Isiguzoro. Let me give you a little information about Okechukwu Isiguzoro. Okechukwu Isiguzoro, all of you knows him, always writing this 5,000 naira on his Igbo. That is what he is. Last time, where he go to beg money, he had an accident. They flew him. He's always begging money everywhere. You can see anytime he is the playboy for the Southeast governors and Southeast, he's the errand boy. That's why if we write something, if there is a press release against what like a Bubag, what the Southeast governors are doing, he's the one who will immediately he will come out and write and pay 5,000 naira. They publish it for him. Anytime you want to hear the smell or the voice of the governors when they don't want to talk, you can hear it through Okechukwu Siguzoro. He lives in Ebonyi State, and we have warned him, but we don't want. Let him continue. The day, one day, monkey go market, he no go come back. Okechukwu Siguzoro is one of the profound saboteurs. You know, they play with the life of our people. The life of our people, they play with it. They can never rest anytime they see IPOB make any press release or make any decision. Okechukwu Siguzoro must come out to come and counter it. You know, he's running for Atiku, running for Dave Omade, running for Kiziba, all of them. You know why our leader don't respect those people? Because we know their story. Have you heard about Uche Nnamdi again? Have you heard about Uche Nnamdi that was disturbing? It was Land Cruiser. They settled Uche Nnamdi with one Land Cruiser, and they are still fighting with the Land Cruiser. They don't know where the struggle is going. They settle him with Land Cruiser, say, don't disturb us again. You people telling us about Biafra, you don't have any control on it. They are fighting on the Land Cruiser. They give to Uche Nnamdi and ask him stop coming to beg. The same way with Siguzoro. These are the people they are using to make decisions, and that's why we will never take them serious. But coming to the point, the national anthem, the flag, and the banning of the cows coming to the southeast. These are for the good of the region. And nobody can, we have given them, it's not on first that HOD made that pronouncement of banning of cows. It's since last year. And we are giving them enough time for them from now to stop, so that they will say nobody said it. We are not the first people. There was a time Russia banned Brazilian chicken. There was a time Kenya banned chicken, poultry chicken from coming from Uganda. Nigeria have banned chicken, turkey coming from Benin Republic. I think we have our region. We decide if what they are bringing to our region is causing havoc, is contributing in the death of our people, is contributing in, causing havoc in our region. The people, the indigenous people, since there is none of them have been doing this, we have taken the position and nobody will take it away. We are protecting our people. That is the reason why we formed ESN. If we can be able to ban the cars coming to our place, the job of ESN will be less. At least we are trying to curtail the problems. So for Okechukwu Siguzoro, the writing and talking, he knows. We have sent him warning several times, and one day I did go do it, because he is one of the people. He is their agent. Anything that comes from IPOB, Okechukwu Siguzoro will first come and counter it. And you will ask yourself, what is his benefit? What is the benefit of Okechukwu Siguzoro? And we are not going to talk about it, but one day, the issue of banning the Nigerian national anthem, it is very simple. We cannot, they have denied our people their history, they have denied our people every information about them, they have denied our people even they use also Christianity on one side, even our cultural way of life, everything is denied. If not IPOB, today, this last year, can you compare the number of traditional cultural programs that happened in Biafra land this last December till now?
Mazi,
because our people are
awakening. It is the awakening.
Mazi, it is awakening. You see most of our musicians, they are returning to organize programs in their own area. Some of them have never been in their place for 10 years, for 5 years, for 6 years. People return. You see testimonies. Go to Zakole. Look at the number of people that return for Eloso. Go to Abreba. You see the number of people that return. Programs are still going on. Who made these things possible? It is IPOD. And we are encouraging our people not only returning for our culture, we advise them to bring down their businesses. Come and build this land. If we build this land, and if we are telling our people to come for all these things, we must also put our children into consideration. They must start from now, stop singing the national anthem of their oppressor. The national anthem of somebody who kills their parents, kills their brothers, their uncles. Why should they be singing the national anthem? And I can tell you here on radio, anybody who tries to stop our children from singing the Yoruba people are singing it. So why would it be a problem if their fans sing the national anthem? Why? Why would it be a problem? So banning of the flag has been in place, and any moment from now, anywhere we see the Nigerian flag flying in our territory, will be brought down. There is no two ways about it. When you reject the devil, you reject him totally and completely. What we are saying, these things has been banned and they go into effect. But if you want to try IPOB, let them respect themselves so that they will not say we have come. Our leader is there. Anything they are doing, make sure Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is released unconditionally. We do not care. And it's not stopping us for anything. So those people telling them, don't worry, things are not going to get better. If they don't release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, it won't get better. We are already in exile. What else do we have to lose? We are already in exile. We have lost everything. Nation, and it becomes a problem. Arewa say it's a declaration of war. If they say we already won, they are killing us, then let us see. The one thing is this: our people should not listen to the critics. Let us be focused on those decisions we have made. We are disseminating Nigeria piece by piece, and they are seeing it. That is why IPOB is one of their greatest nightmares. They are seeing how Nigeria is going down on a daily basis. And there will be no returning. No return. There is no turning back. The one thing I want our people to understand, while you are fighting, while you are making mouth on social media, while you are also posting what you can do, remember, strategically, there are things we will do because you scream. There are things this year we will not shoot a bullet for it, but we will unplug them, and Nigeria will cry. And that is only what I have to say. Mazi, please, if you have something, you will help and contribute. Thank you so much.
Mazi, before you come in, let me also put this into context so that it will be discussed also, or something which will be said about it. You know, before I started this program, I read the news about Northern Group to boycott, that says Northern Group to boycott Igbo goods in response to IPOB's ban on beef. So I want you also to touch it. Whether it is good or bad, or it's a welcome development, or what will you have to say about it? They say if we carry out that ban on Fulani cows come April, that they are also going to ban Igbo goods and services in Arewa land. So continue and put it into comment.
Mazi, ihe anyị na-achọ n'ukelu ọbịala n'ukala. That is it. Mazi, please. Ihe a na-achọ n'ukelu ọbịala n'ukala. Let them start. We are not going to. Nobody is going to frighten us with threats.
That is Mazi, you have said it all. Yeah, and the key issue there is that they cannot do with Igbo services. That is clear. If they can do without it, they would have done it long time and sent us back from where we come from. They can't do without us. Let me say, if the issue of singing national anthem is good, What about the Sharia region of the north? What are they singing? They never sing like Nigerian national anthem. They have been doing all these things in their Sharia manner, in Sharia constitutions.
Yes.
They never believed in Nigeria. They have already seceded from Nigeria. When they tell you that Nigeria is indivisible, Nigeria has been divided when that Arewa area is mapped out. They are doing things differently from the whole of Nigeria. That is number one. Number two, the Yorubas, as you already mentioned, they are singing their own national anthem in their language at schools and nothing happened. Heaven did in 4. Then why should we? Even our children, when you watch some videos that are being circulated in social media, these children are singing those colonial masters of slavery national anthem, standing in puddles and mud waters. Not even in a clean classroom, not even in a clean environment. That is a clear sign of slavery. You are singing the national anthem of a country that is oppressing you and your family, and you are standing in the pot of water, and under the rain. Our people should understand what this IPOB is all about. We have come to restore Biafra, and we are restoring Biafra bit by bit. We are taking our region, we are taking our culture, we are taking our everything step by step. And nothing is going to stop us. Nothing is going to stop. Our leader has said it. It's either Biafra or we all perish getting Biafra. We are restoring our nation by taking those that belong to us, little by little, and we will get there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mazabanyam, to add, Mazi Jonathan, we'll be able to count the numbers. That is number one question. Now, I want to use the opportunity to tell the DOS that the Arewa have gotten your message. The brokers of our HOD on the 1st of January got straight to the Arewa. Amulokwu elugo Chineke okwu olugo yante. You understand what I'm saying? Because they got the message. And I think that Arewas understand the IPOB structure more than some of our people who are claiming to even be IPOB.
You are right. Because you struck a chord here. You are right. All these people, they understand when IPOB speaks. Not when people yap on Facebook. They don't even mind. They don't know them. They don't know. Go on, please.
So I think it's a very clear point that when we talk about IPOB structure, Arewa understand IPOB structure more than some of our people. And when you even say that some of our people, Bunde Fulani Tulime herself, it's an insult to the Fulanis. Because if the Fulanis can understand the IPOB structure better than some of these idiots parading themselves, then it's an insult to say that Fulani gave birth to them. Because Fulanis are more reasonable than some of these people. I want to end my contribution here. Thank you very much.
You made a very, very worthy point. Mazi Abanyam, can you go on there, please?
Yes, let me start with the last one. Like you just said, if they come to ban Igbo products, and then we are the consumer of whatever they are producing in the north. Igbos consume more than 70% of their products. If we boycott their products, they are going to starve. That's why they are running from pillar to post. Let me tell you, all the exchange positions you have in Biafra land, those dollar exchange or currency exchange points are full of Fulani and people from the north. If we stop changing money from them, they are going to starve. They are depending on us. They don't want us in the zoo called Nigeria, but they also cannot do without us. That's the dilemma here. They can't do without us. They are crying because we are trying to boycott the consumption of beef because we are consuming more than 70% of their products. And what are the Igbo products they are consuming? What is it? Imported products.
we can always relocate. Wherever we go, Chukwuka will bless us. And when we leave their place, darkness will overshadow them once again because we bring light to wherever we go. That's the blessings that Chukwuka has placed on us. So in the second question about Europe here, the autopilot, that is not a secret. We have few of them here. But the point here is that we are going to, what we are doing already is to educate them. First of all, we try to enlighten the person. Some of them are doing that out of ignorance.
Yes.
As our leader has said many times, that our people like gossip. And when this is the time you come to see exactly what our leader has, been saying, play out in our people. They will forget all those things that our leader has taught them. When they just hear a little gossip somewhere, they will jump from there and go and listen. So that is what is going on here. Luckily to us, most of
our... Are we still there?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, the whole world is hearing you. Go on.
Yeah, okay. The most important thing here in Europe is that most of our coordinators and principal officers and family members are solid and pioneer members of this struggle. They have all come to understand where we are going and where we are coming from. The ones that you see that are joining the autopilots or listening to them are the newcomers and the gossip mongers, And what we are doing, we are not criticizing them immediately. We will give them time to know where they are going. First of all, ask them questions. What is it that you want to know that you did not understand yet? Why are you going there? What are your evidence that the directorate or the leadership is not doing the right thing? If they present it, we give them information of what is happening in the struggle, and then we let them make a decision. If they decide to continue to go...
Are you still on air?
Yes, we are.
If they continue to go the direction of the autopiloters, then we show them the back door. But first of all, we try to educate them. We try to enlighten them. If it's out of ignorance, some of them will come to realize and turn back. If it is out of sheer hatred and stupidity, then we let them go. Because when our leader said that we need 100 men, he was not mistaken. That time is fast approaching when we are going to, separate the chaff from the wheat and then make use of the good ones that we have to get what we want to have, than to have a multitude that are going to be useless and impediment to the struggle. So we are taking care of them, Mazi. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'm telling you, the lines here are buzzing. I have a caller on signal that has been here since 30 minutes. My goodness me. Caller on signal. Can you hear me? Please welcome to the program.
I can hear you, Mazi. Good evening.
There we go. Welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah, good luck.
Yeah, my name is Chukwuka. I'm calling from Italy.
There we go.
And there were Mazi Chinedu. There's something I want to ask. Just 3 questions in a few seconds.
Just go on.
Please, what are we doing, Mazi and Chinedu? These people making fundraising on behalf of IPOB and the Eastern Security Network, taking fundraising, and this money, by the virtue of the statement of Mazi Chinedu, shows that they are not remitting this money to Eastern Security, neither to IPOB fund. How are we trying to retrieve this money from them, or is there any lawsuit against them to make sure that all this money they raise with the name of IPOB and the Eastern Security Network will be filled back to the account of IPOB? That's number 1 question. Number 2 question is, last time Mazi Chinedu came on air, he talked about the Eastern Security Network in Ebonyi State, some of them that were arrested. Is still Eastern Security Network in Ebonyi State intact, according to? Then the third one is that haven't heard about the Jubilee, the Muhammad Yusuf statement 2 days ago,
that our leader should refrain himself. Of course, he will. But it's only if they can come to court, because I know they will not they will run away from the court as usual. So what am I saying in essence? The question here is that last time Mazi came on air, he talked about the Mazum Bazuriko Amechi, a people, formidable people from Igbo land that can call the attention of perhaps IPOB, that we can listen. He said something like that could mean it linked into the political solution. But the statement of the decree shows to me that the political solution has failed. What is the alternative? But this question, if it can divulge, make it to divulge the spirit of IPOB, please do not answer me. But if you can, give us the answer. What are we doing to see that we free our leader? Because all the practices that we could have functioned in was cut off by the HOD that they give the result, the reasons of stopping our sit at home and a lot of things. So what is the strategy to see that our leader is released? Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Let me go first, then Chinas and we will then round off, because he may have better or more detailed explanation. But let me just say this. The two questions are connected. Those who are, making fundraising, or those who are contributing to that fundraising, because if you don't contribute, they will not continue to make fundraising. I want them to know that any money you contribute outside of the leadership of IPOB, that money is being used to keep our leader into a perpetual detention. You are contributing against the release of our leader. That's the intelligence we have. It's not just gossip. That's why I said it's connected. Those monies are being used to go against what we are doing to release our leader. As we make efforts, and as our elders go to make efforts, as we make, unrelenting effort to make sure that our leader is released, those people are collecting money from our own people to go and make sure that our leader is not released. That's what gave the impulse to the balls to make that assertion. But we know that you will not have the last word, because Chukwu Kabiama is still in charge of this struggle. And we believe that whatever happens, no mortal can keep our leader into detention for a longer time, and no mortal can stop the restoration of Biafra. We are doing everything we can based on the people that are, organizing fundraising in the name of ESN. We are going to go about them. Well, we're not going to, divulge everything we are going to do, because they are criminals who are listening to what we are going to say, so that they can always find a shortcut to escape. So we are looking into that seriously, because it's an infringement of the right and the dignity of IPOB as a movement. They are going against that, we know very well, especially those who are not family members of IPOB. They have no right to use that name to make contributions. And on the other hand, too, what they are doing is to discourage our people from contributing to IPOB. Those who are going to contribute to IPOB, they are, getting that money from them, and thereby discouraging them to contribute more. Because if we, for example, call for fundraising, if we are expecting to get $1,000, and they make their own fundraising, they have already maybe taken more than half of that money from those who are going to contribute. So they are doing it also to make sure that we don't have funding to run this struggle. But as I said, Chukwu has many ways to make sure that this struggle is going forward. Thank you so much.
Mazi, Chinasa, before you come in, like what Mazi Abwanyim said, I think people could remember last time that Lai Mohammed, he came out boldly to say that they are working towards cutting the funding of IPOB. People don't understand that all these things is the minds they have led, the Nigerian government have put in place, thinking that it will go to their favor. All these small things, all these things you see, is what Nigerian government have planted, now waiting for results. But finally, it backfires. Mazi Chinasa, please go on. Mazi Chinasa, can you hear me?
Mazi, thank you. Mazi, my line cut off, so I couldn't get all the question that guy asked. So I just came in when Mazi Abani was answering the question.
Okay.
Please, can you rephrase the question?
The last question, he asked 3 questions. The last question he asked about, what is being done for the release of our leader as the negotiations of our respected elders, unquote, has failed. That is, I'm putting it the way, paraphrasing him. That is the last question. Now, the second question is about the IPOB fund. Those that are raising it are putting it into their pockets or not delivering it to IPOB and for ESN. So what is being done or what is going to be done in order to recover all those funds? Now, Mazi Abanyam, I don't know. I forgot. The first question is what? Could you remember? Okay, you can go on. Abanyam, you muted your mic. Go on, Mazi Chinas. I think you helped me.
Okay, Mazi, yes, they have right to ask us what we are doing, but I don't think we are keeping silent over the release of our leader. And I'm not going to say on air what we are doing, because we found out that many people come to ask some questions. Yes, they may be genuine, they want to know. They also sometimes, as the program is going on, they want to understand the direction we are going. Because I know anytime the DOS is making a broadcast, there are people from the presidency, the DSS, they are watching. Many of them are sitting, trying to know the direction we are going. And I'm not going to make any public pronouncement of what we are doing again. So that I think it's better we work. I think there are people working both on the legal issues. They are not coming always talking what they are doing. There are people who claim also they are doing something. They have never come, but it's our duty to update. Number one, this issue, the legal minds who are following this case, I think it's on 16. We have few days to go from now to be in the court. I think we have less than say 10 days. We have 10 days now to go for the court. We have to prepare. On that day, you will see if there is any development, if there is anything being done to increase the push on the legal aspect. On ground, you can also see things that are happening on a daily basis. Trying to mount pressure in diaspora, people are making their own effort. Families are making effort, putting pressures. Right, there are letters being sent out for international communities. These are the things, and many others, but I cannot come out and tell you in details because because by the time you make any move, you see our people going to counter those things we are doing, because this is what they are doing. They want to understand where we are going, so they can be able to move first. They will immediately say, if they send their Facebook errats, they will just come, start to use those points that are raised, try to discredit them, tell you, is this what we are going to do? Mazi Nnamdi Kanu will come out. When we announced the ban of this anthem, that is what they came on air. They don't know about strategies and pressure. Every one of us knows about when the USSR disintegrates. I don't think there are a lot of bullets and guns were used. It was a Cold War. Everywhere, everybody, every country that came out from that Soviet Union, all of them went their ways. There are pressures that can be mounted, while we are doing also other ones. And let me tell you, these things that are happening is teaching us a lot of things. Secondly, people raise money in the name of IPOB, that is, they are not under. What we do If we know about it, we will come. And we have said it on many occasions. Any fundraising that is not raised or not announced on Radio Biafra or the IPOB leadership, Mazi Chinedu, did not give consent of that particular fundraising, it is fraudulent. It is very clear. I do not see the way people can say we are doing this, we are raising money for ESN, and we don't see the money. I don't see it. And let me tell you, and I want to use this message for every ESN officer. Nobody is bigger than IPOB, and nobody is bigger than ESN. It is a very simple thing. None of you, you know, there is an attitude our people have. They say we are abroad talking, come home now. Come home now, you are abroad talking. That shows you a coward. If Chinas won't come on the ground, you will find a hole and enter. It is better and even far. Because you cannot stand. They are using the name of IPOB, stealing, organizing funds, collecting money, kidnapping, taking ransom. When the leadership comes out and shouts, everybody talking rubbish. They're using ESN money. So it is our duty when we continue to speak. We will continue to speak. And I will make something very clear. Nobody is more powerful than IPOB. I am telling you, it is as simple as that. You know, there is nothing, anything anybody formed today under IPOB. It is people that set it up. Whether you are in ESN, whether you are in IPOB family, nobody. Any day we found that you have grown wings, you want to destroy what we have done here, you are using this movement as a criminal outlet. Any day we come here, we will pronounce you that you have been expelled. There is nothing you will do. We dislodge you. And it will happen. Because if we leave you, you will cause a bad name. Everybody knows what it takes to form ESN. Tell any one of them, anybody who says he knows how ESN was formed, ask him to come out and say it. I think they are making programs. Everybody talking. Tell them, come and tell us how ESN was formed. Tell them to come and tell you this. That is why you know they are criminals. They come in using the name. If they hear that somebody died somewhere, they use his name to raise money. Anywhere they hear Pararam happen, they use their name to raise money. They can't find any other name. Today, they are trying to raise money in West Africa in the name of ESN. Thieves. With undercover name that they are raising money for ESN. And if we get them, we will expel. Even if you are inside ESN and you are following people to do this, we will expel you. Oh, when you get we didn't come to this level for criminality, and we are not going to take it. Either you take it or not. That is the reality. No, Mazi. I don't know if there is another question which I am missing. Please.
I think it's okay. I think it's okay. Let's go to another caller from Germany that has been here 43 minutes. My goodness me. Mazi, you're a patient person. Caller, please.
Hello.
Yes. Go on, please. Go on.
Yeah, hello. I can hear you. Okay. Please, my question goes to Chinedu. My name is Nnamdi. I'm calling from Germany. My question goes to Chinedu. He has spoken much about ESN. I want to ask him, why is ESN not really well funded? Because the zoos, they are coming from up.
Sorry, repeat that place, because that is the key question. You say, why is ESN not well funded and funded? Because Nigerian military, they are coming from up now, everybody can see it, and some of us, our brothers are here. Okay. Then the second question goes to Abanya. You're a gentleman, I have met you in Brussels, as you said, in Belgium. I think that is the first time we meet Kanu, you are right?
That is the first time we meet him. But as a gentleman, why don't you call him in telephone to discuss with him? I know you very well. I have met you in so many places. I know the type of character you possess. Why can't you call Kanu? Because as somebody has one name of an old, even I'm not the kind of him Kanu. Okay. Then my third question goes to Chinedu. Chinedu, our DOS announced Chinedu last time that our profits will be changed. This profit changing, don't you see it, that it will endanger some of our people on the ground? If you can, then you have to let us know. If you cannot, then tell us.
He said what profit changing? Sorry. Mazi, it seems you are phone.
Profile, Facebook profile.
Okay, profile. Okay. Go on.
Yeah, profile. They say Chinedu told us to change our profile. My question now is, don't you think, have someone to think, or Abraham, that this profile change will endanger our people at home? Then, the next question goes to Abraham.
I think you have accumulated a lot. Let us take that 3 questions, please.
I probably don't want me, but no problem. But the last question, allow me. Okay. Our direct is going to court just 10 days from now. Please, I am suggesting Abraham and Chinedu, why don't we Biafra change Nnamdi Kanu case versus Nigeria, Nigeria case versus Biafra? What do you think about it? Good evening.
There were. Mazi, please, over to you.
Mazi, let me pick from his last question. Mazi, what the thing? Why don't you say Nigeria? I think it has happened already in the Nigerian court. The flyers used to be there that the case is between Nigeria and the Biafra. People met the flyer. Even last time in the court, you saw Nigerians coming out to attack our own people. It is a clear It is a clear that the case is between. And I hear some of the people, even some of the legal minds. There is there is no need to mention his name. He said, I am interested. I decided to join these legal teams because Nnamdi Kanu legal team, because I realized that it is not about Nnamdi Kanu. It is about the people of the southeastern region and the Nigerian government. That they are just using Mazi Nnamdi Kanu as a smoke screen to do whatever they want to do. So it's already, and it is in our hands to also let the world know. It is equally in Eba. So we just have to shout it on top of our voice, make the flyers and promote. Everything is, when you talk about it, people will know about it. So it is not something we have not done. We have done it, but we want people to increase, in heating up that politics. Then number 2, the question you said, changing of profile. Mazi Jonathan, I used to tell our people are horrible people. People will say, I say they are horrible people. This changing of profile, Mazi Jonathan, is it the first time IPOB is changing their profile when we have certain issues? I want to know. Can you answer me this?
No, it is not. But
it is not the first time.
There is the way he is asking.
I'm coming, Mazi. Mazi, I'm coming.
Okay.
At that time, there was a time in Biafra land, Radio Biafra app. They will arrest you. Do you understand the meaning? Radio Biafra app. What of those in diaspora? We say change your profile in the Facebook. Change your profile to the approved. Many people do not want to change it because they say it is approved by the DOS. They don't want to change it. Some say, I believe in Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, I don't believe in DOS. But one thing people don't understand, that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is a member of the DOS. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is a member of the DOS. The leader of this movement. So I don't understand what people are talking. Change your profile in Facebook is a sign of protest. It's a sign of protest. When Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is not in the hands of the enemy, this is what he instructs us. Anytime we have something, he says, make sure everybody has this profile. Before we end this program, we put it as it's mandatory. If you are an IPOB member, you are in diaspora, on Facebook, you must use this particular profile picture. There is no excuse. We are not saying you use it on WhatsApp. We understand on WhatsApp. If you are in diaspora, you have to use it. And we are instructing IPOB coordinators around the world. Check in your forums. Anybody who fell not to put it, remove it from the forum. After the profile issue is over, you can bring him back. But for now, if he refuses, remove him on Facebook. This is a protest. Every one of us must follow it. What risk are they talking about? What risk? We are all at risk. Our people at home are all at risk. Okay, people at home, some of them say they may not put. I'm sure nobody's checking their phone always. Most of them don't even carry the phones moving anyhow. They don't kill even people because they steal phone from your hand or all these things. Change your profile. If you are in diaspora, tell me the reason why you will not change your profile. Tell me the reason. A protest. That is number 2. Number 3, our brother, I say, why is ESN not well funded? That question is not for me. IPOB funds ESN. Chinedu do not have anything to do with IPOB fund. Ask anybody. There is no place IPOB have made fundraising. Apart from one place, I was invited to talk to some people. There is no place IPOB is making fundraising since the formation of ESN, even before ESN. I don't come to that place. Let them raise money and fund ESN. I don't mingle. I have never been, apart from once, one of our family in Asia called me just to speak to them, to encourage them. It is the duty of IPOB to fund ESN. And those people in finance, they know how they make their fundraising. What they know is to raise the fund and support. ESN is not for anybody. It's for our people. It's for the people of Biafra. It's to protect our people. I don't know anything about the finance. What I know is that if they need anything and they need this thing, they can be asked to support them. It is IPOB property. It is not an individual property. ESN is being sponsored by IPOB. Not by me, and I don't come for it. So those also who have raising some money, I'm saying it here, there are a lot of excuses. Excuses. Some raise the money, they seize the money, they talk. They seize the money, they talk. They say all kinds of excuses. Many people do not know what concerns this struggle. Everybody is on his own lane. What people don't know, if you come to ask them, these people need this support. Because they want you to expose again everywhere, or so that you make audio message for him. He will take it and give to somebody. This is what Chinedu said. This is what Chinedu did not say. These are the people that you call your own people. Our people, to the extent that even the people you will make an audio message and give to your people, they will take it. This is the people, the amount of betrayers that is in this struggle. And only wait, let Mazi Nnamdi Kanu comes out. These are the kind of people we deal with. One thing is that I will do my best. That I will never leak anybody put us. I will never leak anybody put because to sponsor ESN. They know what to do. They know the right thing to do. They know the money for them to sponsor ESN. You sponsor ESN for the protection of their land. But if you don't want, thinking you can do it with gossip, about also, I got to mile one day. Sometimes people say, don't talk. Don't talk. You have to talk. Because if you don't talk sometimes, it looks like what people are saying is the truth. If I open my mouth, as all of them are running helter skelter on social media, if Chinedu open his mouth and come and say something here. I think everywhere we shake. These stupid people which are here take money from ESN, they all eat ESN. Go and check my record. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is alive. Many of them, you see talking rubbish on the social media. They come, they call Mazi Nnamdi Kanu money, huge amount of money. They will do this for ESN. If it was how the DOS was doing, ESN will not be formed. The moment they form ESN, everybody come to ask for money. They will do this, they will do that, and they scam Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Some 15 million, some 5 million. Where is the money? Ask them. If that is how the leadership, ESN will not be formed. But the moment ESN was formed, you will see them, they remember they can do this, they can do that, they will bring aeroplane, they will bring that, they will bring this. This is how they come and scam Oyendu. Some of them were asked to return the money before our leader fall into problem. Criminals, and they think they have the guts. They think they have the monopoly to come on social media. If anything happens, the leader says, your service is no money, then I will step up. And that day they want to see me. I will come on social media and I will do something that some of them will not like. They are talking. I will not only talk.
I think, Mazi Abanyim, do you have anything to say? Or do I go to another
yes,
go.
Yes, Mazi. Just he threw one question to me. He said, why did I not call Kanunta? I didn't have any need to call Kanunta before that interview. If I would have known that he had, questions, unclarified issues, I would have called him. So I wouldn't just call him for calling's sake. He was the one that had something to say or something against me or against the DOS. He should have called to make clarification. So I didn't have that need. If I had a need to call him, I would do so. So that's how I work. I'm too busy to be calling people every other place. But when I have something important that requires me to call him, I will call him. I've called him before, if he will remember, when he was in Belgium. Called him once when our leader was there with him. So he had never called me. That's what I'm complaining about. If he's genuine and he's concerned with what is happening in the struggle and what is DOS doing about it, he should be calling me and will be, rubbing mind as people who are fighting for the same, collective goal. That's all I say. I have nothing against him. He remains a brother and, a family member of IPOB.
Well, thank you very much.
Mazi Jonathan, let me say, Mazi Jonathan, let me say something here. It came to my mind. When certain things happening before people will talk. One of our brother asked us here. He asked me, people looking for fault. Did you hear the people they killed? You understanding me? What Fulani people did in Enugu? I think he asked a question like that here.
Yes,
did you hear?
Yes.
And I keep silent. I say I heard it. I didn't want to say anything. But as we are talking now, my spirit tells me, no, say something about it. You see that particular community, he's talking about that Ahamfu or what in Enugu state. Do you understand me? You see that particular community. When ESN was in that community chasing Fulani people, that community, Ahamfu or what they call them, they organized with Nigerian government, catch our men, arrested some of our people who were kicking the Fulani herdsmen. Some of them are in prison. And the ESN have to leave that place because if people come to defend you, you refuse. What will you do? What will you do? You leave. Today, Fulani in military uniform have come and massacred them in their numbers. Who will defend them? And they are wearing Nigerian military uniform. This is a place ESM was protecting day and night. Day and night. Fighting the Fulani herdsmen. Instead of the person who asked this question, I am sure he's supposed to ask question in that community. Ask them, have you heard about ESM before? Have ESM come in this community? I want our people, when they come on radio, if you don't want Chinedu Sanwo-Olu to be, you say, I am abusive or slative. Before you come to ask question here, make your background check very, very well. Because if you provoke me, I may speak some words you will not like. Because I'm very sensitive from the way some of you ask questions. ESM, people are living in the bush for more than 1 year, defending people. And some of you are there making caricature. People, men are falling, making caricature of what we are doing. No problem. There we must.
There we sometimes you know, many of all these things, like what you say now, I think it happens sometimes also in Ebony. Some of our people will not hear or they will not understand unless they are being told.
No, they just hear Chinedu Sanwo-Olu now, Mazi. They come. Chinedu Sanwo-Olu is coming and let me go and ask him because I am the all-knowing and the all-informed. Let me go and ask Chinedu Sanwo-Olu if it's this thing. You will blame me.
Uneasy lies the head that wears the crown. That is it. There will. Let me bring Mazi. Mazi, caller from Finland. Can you hear me, Mazi?
Yeah.
There we have been there since 7 minutes.
Well, I'm waiting for you. The only thing I have 2 things to say, but the first thing is not question. Please, my people, let me go to my own language, or I come with Ghana people say, Radio Biafra, everybody considered that Walo, Dubai, Edoma, no Bebo, Bokan Dubai, in Kedunjo, no Data. But no way, guy was the Inalu, just said one. But when we case Yana, we go one away, go that's a possible not case, I will locate those here. Because especially here was Salom and the Kanu family. I never Lianya Wuti, Yaho, great to see who do our ọwọ́ nke esi esi maka nke esi esi ike nke esi esi ka anyị were ndụ family Nnamdi Kanu just like that n'udo ya jijie like this ka ọ hapụ ịwa na nwaanyị n'aka maka na ebe a ka ebe ekwensu si agba mgbe erika and ihe ọbụla gbasara family Nnamdi Kanu ka hapụ ịbịazikwu ya because na ọ nwere ofu ihe agwa ndụ ba anyị ha agwọta ya ụzọ ihe ise ịghọtago so ụlọ etu isi iche ka onye ọzọ si eche nke ya ya ko du awu na ko si son de la se ko si son ya dana so ga aboga te no chori ku no e ma ni ha mela walida o mezi mo o we ndo enso nando we na we ha attack basaria o dia da mo mania so you are not there basalo ESN da you basa IQP and am very careful here because you are only jealous is only like he that be jealous of that. So here to go concerning some few video to ESN, no, we post to this time. Actually, come out today, ke post yesterday, kaya bago yesterday. ESN pictures are on a campo, na share na Facebook. I do support to me and make a mistake, keji mayor. Because I was in Kucha, because no one deal with Abu was in the change. As a Kamala Chinedu Sanwo-Olu, no matter aware, ESN pictures and share on Facebook everywhere now. Now behavior so forever, some of them I like Romania, no change them more. Oh, you see about control where you also enjoy.
There, Mazi.
Mazi, thank you so much. Thank you. I think this program wouldn't have been complete if somebody didn't raise this topic you raised now. Mazi, you know, when enemies infiltrate you, there are things you will see the sign. Are you understanding me? You will know the sign very, very clear. Last year, the same thing happened in Ingwacha. The same people, the same enemies infiltrated our ESN camp in Iguacha, make a video coverage, and they send out to people in America. Because money were given to people, they went there, said they had come to bring them heaven. They had come to bring anything for them. They went to that camp, the video, before that video was outside, that video was already in the hands of the Nigerian government, the Nigerian military. We didn't know. I'm saying it on the radio here so that everybody will understand. The same people in America, some group of people in America, they did that. They send one boy. He go there, take camera, and they are videoing themselves, talking rubbish. They are bringing them heaven without considering the risk. Before we understand, my brother, more than 15 to 20 of our men that was saw inside that video of ESN was speaking. Was already killed. Until they continue doing that, they enter that camp. They go, they massacre our people in that place. This video you are talking, Mazi, I am not aware. I saw this video the way you saw it.